reviewing visions that we received, one of which had passed and one of which had not.
Yep.
Vision of Jua interrogated, ultimately dying,
And the other
and
vision of the priestess.
yes.
Can I ask a clarifying question? What
Sure.
um we lost access to the visions by dying. How did we reconnect?
You basically willingly reconnected. So once you knew that
Oh,
the connection needed to be established, it did not take characters that are as sort of magically savvy as you guys any amount of additional effort, right? The process for us would be complicated as people, but for your characters, they know enough about stuff that, oh yeah, I now understand what we need to do. They would be able to figure it out in pretty short order.
got it.
So you get the two visions, and then we have some really good discussion about the visions and clarifying questions, and then we get to part two. What happens in part two? You guys go to leave the ship, but something else sort of interrupts you.
Oh yeah. Uh, Captain Crum's crew was suffering from radiation sickness.
Oh yeah.
And do you guys remember what he called it?
Torture.
Yes, he had a specific name for the condition once you kind of got to that conclusion because he seems to be aware of what this thing is, but also he didn't jump to that conclusion because it didn't seem possible.
I do remember that he had a name for it. I didn't write it down.
So he calls it the Forerunner's Curse.
Forerunner's Curse.
So Captain Crom knows that there are places that have the curse and that you don't want to stay there for any length of time or horrible stuff happens to you, like the sickness that his crew has. But also, he didn't think that his crew had gone to a place with the curse, so didn't really understand. Like, he didn't make that connection initially because, you guys had not gone near any of the areas that they avoid for being cursed.
Hmm.
And then we explained about the nuke.
Do they know?
Did we explain though?
I don't know that we
Yeah.
did explain.
I said it. I said we had a Forerunner weapon that was in our
Oh, right.
hold
Yep.
or whatever.
So is
So that-
it the Forerunner's curse? Do they associate it with Forerunner weapons or with
yes.
uh Forerunner engines?
Yes.
Both. Okay.
So there is and it's not all Forerunner weapons and it's not all Forerunner technology and engines,
Hmm.
but there is an understanding in the world that some Forerunner tech poisons the soul of a region. So that's what they call the Forerunner's curse. So they know that some of the technology, though it's pretty clear for your characters as well as for Crom, that there's not a strong they can't be like, oh, this is going to cause this or this is that. It's more like they're aware from living in the area or living around it long enough to know that some areas are radioactive and that it's from Forerunner stuff, but not all Forerunner stuff is radioactive. So there's sort of a beware, and if those places are that way, then you know to avoid them.
Do they
Okay.
have Geiger counters?
They do not.
Mm,
Makes it much harder to avoid.
You could just make one with some aluminum foil, and some gypsum.
I mean,
Really?
You can mostly just see if a crew gets sick nearby and then label it on the map and sell that information to other crews.
Well, that's also a good idea.
So you guys then kind of go through this explanation of whether it was your fault, whether you should have to pay for it, whether they should have to pay for it, kind of go back and forth. What was the initial sort or the not initial, what was the sort of conclusion to that you guys decided what were you going to cover, what were they going to cover? What's the plan?
We loaned them some of our ritualists and said we would
And
spend the
me.
day. Yeah,
Yeah,
some
you're
of
one
our
of.
ritualists.
We refer to you when you're not present as one of our ritualists.
Yeah, and we assisted in healing their crew, and we actually don't know how successful we were because Michael has to
Yeah,
roll that.
That's right. We're leaving it up to you.
I like that.
Um,
So we have these two random ritualists on our ship, and also the Pope of a budding new intergalactic religion that will be assisting you today.
Sure. What was the bonus? Do we recall? I don't.
It's your
Uh,
heal check, right?
The answer is that you need to roll 16 times,
Uh-huh.
and if you get a 1, it kills that person.
But you have
Oh,
you have a minus like 10 or something to your roll because they're very radiation poisoned.
Yeah. So the total thing is with all three ritual casters working and with Filibuster leading the thing, the way that you guys did it, it means that he has to roll a 1 to kill someone. So if you can
Oh.
do 16 d20, and then
One.
either as a block like Drock did, or you could just do it all at once,
5.
and then we can hover over it and see if you killed anyone
1,
or how
2.
many.
I killed 1.
Oof.
But you extra helped one too.
Crew number 11. You know what? What a fitting number. The 11th crew member died.
11th So I mean that's pretty good. That's 16 rolls and only one. So yeah, one of the crew members does not survive the curse. Give me 1d16. Because the only crew member that I need to know for changing things is whether it's Vetemon. And it's not. And Vetemon is crew number 10, not number 11. So
Wow.
Wait, what?
He had a new lease on life.
so for the purposes of like
I thought you just said he was number 10, and I rolled a 10.
You rolled a 10, making
rolled
him
a
crew
10.
number 10.
Correct, yeah. So
Oh,
crew
I
number
see.
11 is the one that died, and I had you roll to figure out which one was Vetemon.
I understand. Okay.
So you did not kill their first mage, who would take a little bit more effort to revive than the others.
Why would he take more
And-
effort?
That's a great question. I'm not going to answer it, but it is a good question. Um,
To revive? I thought you said
Revive.
if they died from radiation sickness, they were just dead forever.
They're not dead forever. They will have radiation sickness when they come back.
Oh, so you could resurrect them, but they would still be sick.
Correct.
And then you could
Which
try to
means-
heal them again.
And kill him
Correct.
again.
Which means I need another check from you. Need another d20 and don't roll a 1. Filibuster.
Or we're gonna pay to resurrect crew number 11.
They had said that they would pay for the resurrections, if any. because
Oh,
you
wait.
need 3 members.
Okay.
Did I mess one of these up? No.
You put an extra bracket in there, but it still gave you 16 rolls. So
Yeah.
9. You didn't roll a 1. So only one extra death, and it was not a death of a it was sort of a general crewman. It was not a death of one of the.
No one important.
It wasn't the first mate. It wasn't the quartermaster. It wasn't the. It was a Vetemon. It wasn't the first mage. So that happens. And mechanically, yes, Filibuster is going to be with the crew, but I'm not going to stop Michael from participating in the conversation with Bedweir because he is not there, because that would be not fun. So, what happens next? You get the crew done, and then you decide you're going to leave some ritual casters there to help because it's going to take quite a bit of time. And then you guys hop in the ship and do what?
Oh, so we go down to investigate the below ground.
Yep. So you head down into the breach. What's going on with the breach? Is there any? You guys get to the barrier. You guys get to the edge of the ward, and what's going on with it? You get a little bit of information about what this thing is and what it looks like.
Basically, a whole bunch of ritual writing in a big circle, kind of all over, with characters that are just massive. Some look like they were scratched out or not, and partially destroyed, but everything still seemed active.
Yeah, it's obviously the remains of a very well made, very large ancient ritual circle that is encompassing the interior of the asteroid. And then what next?
We go through the ward
You guys pass through the
successfully.
ward with varying degrees of trauma associated. And then we make it into the underground. You guys don't have any problems finding the source of the energy, and you guys figured out what type of energy it was pretty quickly. Yeah,
Yes, divine energy,
Divine, yeah.
is divine power.
ancient foe.
And you make your way down, and what do you guys find? Kind of getting once you get close to the source of the power, you find this area that's sort of different from the tunnels and maze that is below the city.
It was like a giant cavern, and it had sort of like 4 points of interest in it, that we explored. There was like a platform with diagrams on it. There were like 2 standing, we thought were buildings. Um, there was stuff hanging on the wall, and there was like a mound of, I
Raw
guess,
materials.
materials. Yeah, like metal stuff.
So there's a bit of exploring around and me not learning the lessons of the past of how to properly run this in a game. Um, but once that awkwardness is passed, the source of the divine power starts to approach your way, and it is revealed to be Bedvere. And so, what's going on with Bedivere? Why is Bedivere down here? What is he doing? What's his deal?
So on the table, we had found schematics for what looked like automatons or like armor. And it turns out Bedvere is basically trying to recreate it, but at a much larger scale, to get his legs back, or use of his legs back.
Mm-hmm. He's building sort of something that'll connect to his spine and then more or less be a waist down Iron Man style suit.
Did we ever clarify why he's here? Is it this is like his bachelor pad or like?
The amount of metal.
Yes.
Yeah.
I forget the name of the
The-
metal. True silver or true something?
No, Titanic.
Titanic steel.
Titanic steel. Thank you. Yeah.
Because I think the ancient ritual that we saw that was like giant breaking transformed the basically entirety of the asteroid into Titanic steel. Is that right?
So the core of the asteroid was transmuted into Titanic steel, which you guys as players would recognize. The people in our world would recognize Titanic steel as titanium.
Okay. So it's purely from this is where I get this resource type thing.
Yeah, I mean, this is and that's what this was used for. You guys were familiar with in the previous, like this used to be a repair depot for Forerunner ships. And so it just has this huge quantity of raw materials. And Titanic steel it's not super like rare as an element, but it's really hard to find high quality processed titanium in a pre-industrial world. So having this ready source of it is very useful.
Okay.
So that's what he's doing. Um, Not as a I want to see if people have done this, but out of curiosity, so I know whether I can reference this or not. Did anyone / everyone watch or listen to the Legend of the Smith, the little Bedvere
No,
talking thing I
I
posted?
I have not listened to it yet.
I did not.
I did not.
I
Okay, cool.
skimmed it.
Cool. Then I will not draw from that. But yeah, so and then you guys had a long conversation with Bedvere and kind of went over a bunch of things. Do you guys want to do a quick highlights of this is what's going on and what may be informing what's happening next?
No, I'm joking. Um, so one thing I did have a clarification on was Griffle had some like interaction where she like completed a prayer to spit in Sightblinder's eye,
Mhm,
and Bedvere told us who Sightblinder was.
Yes.
Anathema, Slayer of Gods. Does that mean that Bedvere was the individual's prayer that transformed Zocthuriel?
Not Bedvere's prayer.
Okay.
Although it is
Gwendolyn's.
his family's prayer. Yeah, it's Gwendolyn. It was his daughter's.
Okay. That is what I thought, but I was confused because Sightblinder was not the name of the walker that he invoked.
Correct. He
Terminus.
invoked
Yes.
Terminus. He invoked a different walker.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he did, you guys had a bit of a moment of like, oh, talking. And a lot of times when you talk about these things, people sort of shy away. The people that know about these things sort of shy away from naming and explaining stuff. But when you asked Bedvere, he just explained this is who Anathema is and what the other names are.
Did we
He had-
did we think like it was because we were in the ward? Like that made it safe?
He did not say anything about that, but it's not an unreasonable thing to assume because the Sphinx also said something similar: is wards and barriers can be some form of protection against invoking their names and talking about them.
And what did the Sphinx say about? Because the Sphinx is the one who initially sent us to the Smith, right? Or am I forgetting things?
She sent us to Tantarus.
She gave us the map that brought us here, but I don't think she knew that Bedvere was here. Because we talked to her about Bedvere, and she wasn't like, "Oh, you'll find him on Tantarus."
Who was the one that said the quote of only the Smith knows what's going on?
The
That was
oracle we
the-
consulted from the ritual.
Yeah.
Okay, but that does seem to indicate that even the Oracle couldn't see through the barrier.
Or just oracles might be cryptic.
Yeah.
We didn't ask who the Smith was.
Yeah, we were at a
I
question.
will also clarify that, and this was something that was said at the time, when you invoke Oracle, one of the reasons that people pick specific spirits to invoke Oracle with is because it's sort of a trade-off, right? If you just invoke the general spirits, you get more generalized answers, but they're more cryptic. If you invoke a specific spirit, it limits your knowledge to kind of what that spirit has access to and what that spirit knows. But you're more likely to get clearer answers. And you guys did a general invocation, which is why the answers were a little bit more cryptic.
Would I be able to, as a ritualist of that spell, um, like have a list of like potential oracles that I would know?
Eventually, yes, but it is all you are aware that that is one of those like how do I say this? The people that have the names of specific spirits that are really good for divination
Mm-hmm.
tend not to share those names.
Mm.
So it is very valuable, very niche information among a select few people because you guys are getting to the point, in the terms of the power levels of the world, where there's very few people on Suliban that would now be your peers, right? Like especially a lot of like your typical mortals, they're not going to be on the same level as you guys. You're going to be sort of outscaling everyone to the point of, becoming legendary style heroes. And that means that the subsect of people that can kind of get to higher level is smaller and smaller as you go. And there's not a ton of people in the world that can cast Consult Oracle. And
Mhm.
of those people, not a lot of them have uncovered specific oracular spirits that are good at what they need. And the people that have a reason not to share them because that means that
Mhm.
they have sort of they have access to better knowledge than other people. So they have a
Right.
reason to not share.
I see.
So with our current power level, how long would it take Ondasong to kill us? 4 seconds? 5?
An doesn't like to fight at all, so she
I mean,
probably wouldn't kill you quickly either.
I think she killed me in like 1 round, so
So yeah, you get a little bit of information from him about one of the other walkers. Um, and then you guys shift gears a little bit to what you guys know is going on. What else do you guys talk about to Bedveer about?
He explains to us that the map isn't a map, that it is some magical device called a borer that doesn't show you a way through the cause, but it makes a way through the cause.
Mhm.
and he I forget exactly how it came up. I think maybe I just mentioned, "Hey, there are star shadows here," but um he was convinced that that's what would attract the star shadows using the borer.
Well, more specifically, you guys were talking about like how you weren't noticed by them,
Mhm.
and Bedveer's comment on that is the way the Star Shadows view things. They don't view individuals; they view events. So
Right.
they're unlikely to be searching for a person. Doesn't mean that they're going to be blind to it, but they're likely searching for something significant that happens, not a significant person. And so that's kind of where you got that idea of like they would be looking for this for the use of the borer because that's going to be a significant event rather than a person.
Right.
And so he shared a little bit of more information as well about star shadows.
He did. Um well, so we were telling him the ones that we thought we saw, and he was telling us that star shadows are always going to assume the physical form of somebody important. And so I think at first we didn't realize how important Stent the alienist was. Um, but then we realized that an alienist would be like basically like above the law in the Imperium. So actually like a very, you know, high position of power for the Star Shadow to take over.
Hmm. And there is a thing where it's like they're not above the law completely, but they can sort of be the final vote and say, yes, I can command you to do literally anything. And the only person that can sort of call them out on that is the Exarch.
Mhm.
Either their own Exarch or the Exarch in control of whatever sort of things that they commandeered.
They're like special operatives.
Yeah. Anything else about Star Shadows and Walkers and other dark things from the discussion with Bedveer that you guys want to talk about before we kind of get to the end of recap?
Did we
He
actually
was
ask him how the borer worked?
no. Other than that, if we connect it to the stars, it can open the ways.
Did he? I'm not remembering. Did he say we shouldn't use it? I thought he said it was more dangerous than we assumed.
Oh, I don't remember him saying that. I know the other guy we talked to, Masibu, We didn't show him the map exactly, but he was trying to dissuade us from our whole plan.
I thought Bedvere said something along the lines of like, because we're mortals and have short time lines and stuff, like something along that when it came to the borer.
That was a conversation when he talked about your guys' short lives. The only thing that I remember him referencing that in was one explaining how long he's going to be down here. That is not going to be a short term thing. Is it going to take him probably several of your lifetimes in order to do it? And then you also asked him like if he knew how strong, like if you guys were strong enough to take the Star Shadows, and
Oh
he said
yeah.
because you guys live such short lives, but have great potential in those short lives, he doesn't really have context for whether you're going to be able to take them or not, because he's like, if you are as you were on the mountaintop, then no. But also, I'm aware that mortals can gain power very quickly compared to my kind. So, potentially.
He also was like all ready to go kill a Star Shadow if it was a prime.
Yeah,
And
that's right.
and I think he does not seem to think that it is a prime here.
Yeah. We learned what was it?
Because the prime of Akamar doesn't travel anywhere without a lackey of Nihal, which is another
Yes.
Star Shadow, because they don't trust each other. And
Yeah. So I don't think we really realized that they're like each name of a star shadow is almost like a like an army corps or something, like a legion maybe.
Yeah, it's a faction. It's a grouping of similar types of things, different categories, different types of Star Shadows.
Mhm.
Also, sorry guys, I'm gonna keep going back to the borer. I just had one more thought on it. So, if the borer is actually something that is magically like changing the stars, our original plan was we just needed to see the symbol, figure out its shape, and we could replicate it and actually use it for the map. But if this
Mhm.
thing's actually magical and like doing something, we probably need the real symbol we're after in order for it to interact correctly.
Well, I think it just depends how we because remember there's those wheel things. Remember we were like playing with the map and it had
Yeah.
like the wheel that we turned.
Well, I guess, yeah, the symbol wasn't put on the map. We turned the wheels to match the symbol. So, yeah, maybe we just need to see it.
I think
I
we
will
just need
take
to see it, but
I will take a moment to say that, as a reminder, the Sphinx had that symbol, had um had the original symbol with her when you guys used the map to find the way last time. So you had the thing physically in your presence when you used it previously. So you don't know if that's the case, but you didn't just, oh, we know what the symbol was, we put it in there and we're good to go. You had the original around you when you used it. So JP's comment there isn't um
It's an
it's not
unknown.
necessarily wrong. Yeah. So like maybe you can just get the symbol and do it without, but you did previously had it when you used the borer before.
when we previously used it before, like, uh, what was the symbol she had on? Was it just like I don't remember. Was it like written on a piece of paper? Was it like carved into something?
It was a stone tablet. Is what she had.
Okay. And I guess if it did react, it wasn't so overt that I would have like picked up on like a flow of energy
Mhm.
magic. Okay.
So it's not necessarily that you need it, but it's also not
Like 100% that you don't.
correct.
Yeah. Okay.
So do we think that we used the borer to get to Tantarus? Or did we just use
Question.
it like a map?
Yeah, because anybody can go to Tantarus.
Mhm. It's on the edge of the cause, so there is some danger associated with going through
Mhm.
the edge of the cloud, but it's not nearly the same as going further into the cloud from Tantarus. Tantarus is sort of the edge of the thick section of the cloud where
Mhm.
there is some danger going from the rest of prime space to Tantarus, but it's like I'm trying to think of a good example. It's like there are bad spots between prime space and Tantarus. There are only some good spots from Tantarus further into the cloud, if that
Gotcha.
makes sense.
Sure.
I guess the best way would be like explaining Tantarus like it's a coastal town, right? If you're coming in from the sea, there are some dangers, but running aground on rocks, most of it is deep enough water. You have to be aware of some rocks underground. Whereas if you're going from Tantarus inland, but you're going on a ship, you have to follow the river. You have to follow waterways. That's kind of the difference between the going further into the cause and then making it to Tantarus.
Yeah, so I guess like in that analogy, to get to Tantarus, were we essentially following a river to Tantarus, or were we
No, you were
actually
just on the ocean.
using it as a borer?
You're not sure.
Because I feel like the second thing, it's not so much that we're following a river, or maybe we could, but the borer would make us a river to our location.
And
Mhm.
that's what Bedivere said is that rather than being a map that shows you where the river is, it's a map that's going to bore a river through the cause to get to where you're going.
And our characters don't know if we did that to get to Tantarus.
Correct.
Welp. Add it to the list.
So uh Lugos basically said he knows quite a bit about the Star Shadows, knows quite a bit about the Walkers. You asked him some questions about Star Shadows, and he sort of sidestepped some stuff because he's been around people that know these things, but it's not like something that he's felt especially worthwhile to like commit to memory. Um, he
Oh,
knows
right.
enough about the fighting part of it.
His wife was the real expert uh
Star
on what?
because they
Yeah.
captured one.
Yep.
Yes. But there was something specifically that he was saying, like, she's really the one who knows that.
I don't remember, but there's a lot of things that he would give that answer
Yeah, fair enough.
because it's more like he's been around someone who's very knowledgeable, and he sort of learned some things by experience and osmosis of being near someone who's an expert, but
Mhm.
he himself is not an expert.
Right.
And I will say that if you don't listen or watch the sort of supplemental lore thing, the only thing that's important to draw from there is that if you ask him about why he's called the Smith or anything like that, he's going to say that basically he was apprenticed to what in his opinion was the best Smith of all time, and at bare minimum the best Smith in recent memory. And he was the apprentice for a very long time, so he's considers himself lesser than that legendary Smith, but also understands that, I'm not as good as the greatest Smith of all time is not really that bad of a bar to be set.
Mhm.
Was it that guy from the Reach?
It was not that guy from the Reach. So, anything else before we kind of go into ideas for session today?
He did agree to, if we lured the Star Shadow to the forge, to annihilate them, right?
Yes.
Yes. Asterisk. Basically, he said that he could destroy them and would think it would be great fun to do so, but also it's not super helpful. He's aware that killing the Star Shadows doesn't really do very much. But trapping them does actually matter. So he could either do what he needs to do, give him a couple days, he can make a trap, and he can use the trap to prevent them from leaving. You guys could kill them, or he could just destroy them, which will be a short term solution. You guys won't have to deal with them until for a little while. But he's aware that that's sort of destroying them without trapping them is not a long term solution to the problem.
Hmm. Yeah, so earlier today we were talking about we need to give him a couple days to make his trap before we activate the borer.
Which gives us time to do our heist to get the thing for the borer.
Hmm.
And then the discussion about what to do today was about whether this is the plan to go and do a heist, or if it is to go talk or do something else. From my understanding of the previous conversation, it sounds like go talk to her or go talk to either getting a meeting with Komada or getting Masibu to get you a tour of the vaults seemed to be the first plan. But if we are switching to heist mode, that is also something that can be done.
Question though. Since now there's some unknown about the borer, can we ask Bedvere if he knows how it operates and whether or not we actually need this stone cipher tablet thing, or if we can just see the symbols and copy it? Would he know?
He does not. You guys didn't get that information last time, but without me dipping into Bedvere voice quite yet, he will let you know that he's familiar with what this thing is. He only really understands the effect that it has and doesn't really know how it works. I think we made the thing last time about talking about like a car. Like he understands, turn the key in the ignition, go drive place, but he doesn't really understand, like he couldn't explain to you how to build an internal combustion engine and why the wheels go and move. He only has the sort of vague understanding of how the borer works.
Hmm. I mean, I guess if we didn't need the tablet, then in theory you could just kind of brute force it,
Yeah, there's only 50 combinations or something last time.
something like that. Yeah.
There's
Oh.
not enough combinations that brute forcing it would be difficult.
But when we used the borer the first time, like we immediately set it to the correct configuration. Would our characters remember any sort of like feeling when it was aligned correctly, or did it just like what? Yeah, I guess like did it feel like something clicked into place, or did we just
Yes.
know that we had the right thing?
Both.
Yes, it
So you
did.
kind of knew
Okay.
where to put everything into the position, and then once it worked, it did sort of click into place. And you're like, okay, this actually works. So you had the combination, but when you entered it, you got a response that said it was correct.
So, I mean, we could just play around with it, and if we don't get that feeling not in the presence of the glyph tablet, then we know that we need the tablet.
Yeah, if you want to, it'd probably take you
10
because there's
minutes?
there's sort of a couple pieces to it, right? You have to
Mhm.
use the tool on the map and spin it, and then you have to lock it into place and then figure out where it goes. So it's
Mhm.
not just connect the dots. There's an extra step. So, but it would probably only take your characters probably a couple of hours of tinkering with the map to run through all the possible combinations.
Mhm.
But we can't even do that now because that would alert the Star Shell. So no matter what, we have to wait several days, which means at bare minimum we can go tour the vault, see the symbols, and try it with at least the known symbols.
Yeah. Okay. I think we should go check out the vault.
So then the question becomes, because you guys have had this sort of talking around it quite a bit. Um, the next question then becomes, all right, well, is this the plan to make a heist? Are you going to try to work through Masibu to use his resources to get a tour of the vaults, or is this go talk to the city government and try to make a deal with Gomada to be able to see the object?
Will Masibu be mad at us for offering Kiki a way out of here? Because if so,
Probably,
we
yeah.
should avoid him a little.
It hasn't happened yet because that's going to basically happen tonight. But yeah, he'll probably be pissed if he finds out that you guys have allowed his sort of surrogate daughter to just piece off into the danger zone.
Well, maybe we then go to Masibu today, tell Kiki we have to wait a couple days here before leaving, so don't come to the ship tonight.
Yeah. I mean, I don't think we want her just like hanging out on our ship if we're going to be here for several days.
No.
How long does it take a plant person to grow from a cutting?
The implication is that it's been quite a few years.
Mm. Okay.
So Kiki is not like she's like in human years. You guys, after interacting with her, can tell she's like 15 or 16, but she's probably slightly younger than that
Mm.
in like raw time.
Mhm.
So is the plan to go to Masibu and ask him to set up one of the sort of treasure hunting tours?
I think so. I don't think we want to jump into heist immediately, but
No, I definitely think we should, because then we'll get a tour, and everyone can keep their eyes open for, like, traps, cameras, and then when we do the heist, it'll be easier.
Hmm. We gotta scope the place.
mm-hmm.
And so just to be clear about what the three options are here, right? You've got do the heist, then there is, going through the official channels, and then there's the Masibu's option, which is basically he's the information broker for treasure hunters, and a lot of the things that have some sort of historical or treasure hunting significance have been intentionally taken and put in the vaults so that people stop doing crazy shit with them. And so he knows that there is a thing of like, oh, we have treasure hunters that want to go see the vault. They want to see the like government will allow people to see the stuff in a controlled environment as sort of a middle ground between locking everything away and no one's allowed to see it, and just have everything spread around the city and have people digging up the floor tiles looking for special stuff. So this is more of like a true what we would consider like a museum tour style thing. Um, that it would not be unusual for him to ask for because this is something that he would do a lot. Is that the style of thing you guys would like to do?
I think so. I mean, so the other
Yeah.
alternative, you said official channels. What would that be? Like just roll up and buy a ticket?
No, like official channels is like going and talking to the shots, like going and talking to the governor in the governor's office and being like, hey, because when you were talking with Masibu, you were saying you needed this thing that was in the vault, and he was saying, okay, well, you need something that's in the lower security vault. If all you need to do is look at it, then you could make a deal with Komada, the woman that runs
Mhm.
the city, and it would be you might have to pay some money, you might have to do something for her, you might have to there might be some sort of other side of it, but it should be relatively easy to get official access to the thing, especially if you only need to see it.
Mhm. Yeah, I don't think we want to talk with the Shostak if we can help it.
Okay.
I agree with that.
So, plan is to go back to Masibu and set up a tour.
Yeah, and tell Kiki to hold off a couple days.
How are you guys getting back to the surface? Is the plan to go back to your ship, fly around, basically hit reverse on what you guys just did, or are you guys going to make your way through the tunnels into the city?
I'd say let's do the ship one. Seems cleaner.
Yeah.
And we need to get the ship back to our ritualists too, so they can get back on board.
That's true.
There he goes again, just never using me. My name.
That guy, whatever his name was, and Hatterai.
Clamato? That's not even really all that close.
What are you saying?
Cool Mata is her name.
Cool Mata. Okay.
Yeah, Clamato.
Clamato.
Well, it's like that one guy on Faith that I used to call it a wrong name, whatever his name was.
Al?
No,
You have to narrow it down.
the grumpy old like on Faith.
The ruler of faith. I know who you're talking about.
Yeah,
Oh, that
I don't know
guy.
his name.
I don't remember.
Y'all had a real negative opinion of him really fast, and it stayed the whole time.
He was very sleazy. He was a sleazy guy.
All right,
He's
so
probably all right.
you guys head back. So before we sort of, hey, curtain end scene for you guys talking to Bedveer, the conclusion is, hey, build the trap. We're gonna go and do what we need to do, and we'll come back when in a couple of days. Is that the thing? Is there anything else you guys wanted to do or talk with Bedveer before you all left?
So the only other thing I would want to know is if Bedveer has the knowledge of, oh, I can't design a combustion engine, but I know how to drive the car. Could he explain to us how the borer works? How we would use it? Because I would very much like to know if we did actually use it as a borer to get to Tantarus.
So he would basically say, if you have the pieces that you, because this would have been the previous conversation. I'm not gonna dip into Bedveer's voice unless I have to. But he'll basically explain that if you know how to use it, right? You have all the pieces, you put the key in, you hit start, it'll do its thing, and he thinks it's just going to create a corridor. Like it's just going to create sort of an area that it can be gone through, like literally boring a hole through the cloud. Um, that's what he knows the effect of it is. And he knows that if you know how to use it, you just put the pieces in and then it happens. He doesn't really know the mechanism to get from A to B. Like, he doesn't know how the borer does what it does.
So if we described our experience of getting to Tantarus, he would not think that we used the borer as a borer.
So if you described the experience of like what you did to get from Tantarus to here, he would basically say,
From the way you say it, if this is a borer and it works as such, then I think you must have used it. But it is likely designed to bore through a specific thing. Whether you actually bored through anything or not, I do not know.
translation, you might have, but there might not have been anything there to bore through. Because as you guys previously know, the way to Tantarus is safe-ish.
Okay.
So, apologies, 1 second. Any other questions for Bedveer before we go?
Me.
Not for me either.
Okay. He will agree to stop what he's doing, make the trap, and he does reiterate the whole like, this is not like he makes a trap and then he can just hand it to you. Like, this is something he's going to actively have to use when the time comes, and he's not really going to be able to participate that much outside of being able to use the trap.
Right.
Ooh,
That's Gary saying he will not help you in combat.
Mm-hmm.
That's not what Gary's saying. Gary is saying he's not going to be a very active participant in said combat, but it is going
But
to
we don't.
definitely have an impact if he's around and you guys can get things into the trap.
But we won't have to kill them. We'll just have to wait until he traps them. Bedbear, how many rounds will it take you to activate this trap?
How many 6-second increments do you think you'll need?
So he will basically say that the trap will only work if the creatures are in their true form.
Well, that's not a problem.
So you're
How do
going to
you
have
get
to
a
pressure
start?
them out of their form in order for it to work.
Well, how do we do that?
He looks at you. He looks at the massive floating axe that he crafted, and then
I would destroy the bodies until they were unusable.
Oh. Okay. Um, Bedbear, when the Star Shadows take these bodies, can we assume that the souls are gone?
he nods.
Whose vault do they go to?
Is that what you ask him? Like, do you?
Yeah.
Is that a Kylie is making a comment, or is that one is asking Bedweir that?
Why not both? Yeah, she'd
You
ask
can
it.
do
She'd
both,
ask it.
but so he would say,
I believe the souls are destroyed, not sent away. When something is hollowed out by one of the shadows, they use the energy of the soul leaving our reality and bring themselves in.
so it's not they're killed. Their soul is like actually destroyed.
Wow. Hercator is gonna be pissed.
Huh. Okay.
So, anything else?
No.
Cool. You guys head through the
Oh, fuck. No, I did think of something, and this maybe not doesn't require Bedveer, but what if we got one of those guardian belt thingies and then like jumped out in front of the star shadows and then just teleported back here with the guardian belt?
the safeguard belt.
Yes, that.
Yeah, that could work. You'd have to make one, but yeah.
How does that work? I'm not familiar.
So there is a ritual called safeguard,
Hmm.
and basically the safeguard item is usually a belt, but the safeguard item works in a very similar way. You create it or you enchant it to return you to a specific location, and then you activate it and return you back. It's kind of like a Hearthstone almost.
Mm.
Actually,
It's only
safeguard. I might
within
be using the wrong thing. Hang on.
20 squares.
Hang on.
We were further than 20 squares from Tantarus when that guy used his.
Is that what we think he did?
Okay, so you ward an area anywhere within 20 squares of where you are when you perform the ritual. So you bind yourself to a spot there. And then if the ritual triggers, this is how the normal safeguard works. If it triggers, you can teleport yourself and up to a certain number of allies from literally anywhere to that spot.
Oh my goodness.
And yes, we know that the guy did that because that's how Crom got his insurance. And they had to do like the spell signature stuff.
Okay,
Right,
why
so-
haven't we set this up on our ship
Oh.
already?
Because you have to be level 16.
Yes.
We also probably can't do it to our ship.
Also true.
You silly goober.
Right.
But we could do it to here, where Big Daddy Bedbear is.
So the safeguard belt, so the item that has been made off of this thing, is a weaker version as a modified version of safeguard. So it only works once. It's effectively a consumable. So it only works once. It only teleports you to a specific spot, and it's not when that spot is endangered, because like Safeguard has this Eye of Alarm thing. It protects that area, and you can teleport back to it if it's in danger. It instead, if you were in danger, you can activate it to send you back. So they call it a Safeguard belt because it's similar to Safeguard, but it's not 1-to-1.
Yeah.
So we send Drock out with a safeguard belt to find Stent. Wave Triptychos in his face.
Blast
And
the
then-
sun radiance thing for good measure.
Activate your daily aura. And then teleport back to the forge.
Assuming that you had the time and the resources to make a Safeguard belt, yes.
Okay, so I have 2 follow-up questions.
Mhm.
Do we have the time, and do we have the resources to make a safeguard belt?
Well said. Well asked. Yeah.
The DM is looking the item that it's based off of up real quick.
I'm not finding Safeguard Belt. in
Safeguard
the
belt is not
inventory.
it is a non-4th edition thing that is me combining 2 items.
Oh,
Or a ritual with an item.
okay.
So it is a teleportation disc that has been modified with Safeguard. So it's level 14. Is the thing that they use as a base. So you would have to spend a day crafting a teleportation disc, a modified teleportation disc, make a Safeguard, and you'd have to go find someone who could make it and explain it to you. Could you do those things? Yes. Is it going to take a pretty significant chunk of your time? Also, yes.
But
Do we
Bedbeer
have-
does need a couple days.
That's what
That's
I was
true.
thinking. Oh my god, we are gonna get our montage, but it's not gonna be a heist montage. It's gonna be one of those
crafting.
crafting montages.
Mm-hmm.
That feels good.
So, have this conversation. Whoop, pop out. Like I said, you don't know exactly what you need to do to make this, but you're in a place where this is a thing that can be made. You'd be able to reasonably go get the pieces. You head back to port and pick up Filibuster, who kind of tell you about the day that has been had curing all these people. One of which took a lot more effort than the others to cure. I don't know if you're muted, Michael.
I am here. What do you
How many
need me to
people-
say something?
How many people did you kill?
Unfortunately, only one. These guys are dicks. They don't seem very grateful.
Was it
I think we
a
made it
religious
out.
a religious person?
I don't know, Gary.
Warren wants to
Who's
know.
the one guy, Gary?
No, it's not a. It's just
Real
one of
question
those
is, if he was infected with the Forerunner curse, does it get you more concordance with Baneslayer that you killed
I
them?
think that's just a
Mm.
colloquial name, not necessarily something that I. Gary, is there obviously if this guy is incapacitated and I'm struggling to resurrect him, would there be anything I could intuit about him? Insight check.
It's Venomon, right?
No, it's not Vetemon. It's one of the other crew members.
Would that be like a nature check? Could I nature check?
It'd be heal check if you want to have extra information about this guy specifically.
I want to know. How do I roll? Oh, my token's not okay. D12 plus or D20 plus 12. 25.
So with the 25, you'd be able to get that. Like when he comes back to life, it was difficult for him to come back to life, and also he was very ill when he was brought back and needed to immediately have the cure cast on him again, remove affliction cast on him again.
After being healed?
Yes, when he dies, that does not get rid of the Forerunner's curse. You bring him back to life. It's
Oh,
difficult to
I
do.
thought we were talking about the guy who we struggled to heal, not the guy we killed.
He struggled to heal. What do you mean?
You said there was a guy who was particularly difficult to resurrect or to remove the affliction.
Ventamin would have been harder to resurrect. He said.
You didn't kill him. He would have been hard to resurrect if you killed Vetamin, but you did not kill him.
And we don't know why that would be.
Okay. So that was a little hand tip, not necessarily, but
Yeah.
Okay. Well, now I don't care.
You pick him back up, explain sort of the idea, and then heading back into the city. Is that the plan?
Yeah.
Yes.
Back at it.
Mm.
So, heading back from Breach Docks, going through the Crucible, it's not difficult to kind of find your way. Well, Tantarus as a city is fairly large. There are large chunks of Tantarus that are uninhabited. So, as you're kind of moving around and doing stuff, there are spots that are. It's sort of like you're moving between places that are populated rather than you're moving through a city, because there's big sections of just, basically like abandoned industrial areas that don't have anything in them.
It's like Final Fantasy VII.
Mhm.
I played enough. I haven't played that in so many years, but maybe. So, you guys head through. Do you guys basically keep along the same channel that you were last time? I mean, you guys know where Masibu is, and there's a pretty reasonable path to get from the Breach Docks to get back to the Sundowns and back to Masibu. Is that the idea? Just kind of go along the places you know.
Probably.
Yes, but could we keep an eye out for any place that might be able to fashion a safeguard belt?
Yes. Now you are
And-
going to have to go through 2 guard checkpoints. Would you ask the guards about that? Because they don't seem to have a problem with you yet.
I believe so.
Okay. So, going through the Crucible, if you want to ask one of them, they would let you know that there is a shop in Sundowns that can fashion those, but he's going to let you know that they charge a hefty price for a safeguard belt.
What is that, like 10 gold?
How much could it cost?
It is. DM needs to look up the amount. It's not a huge deal because I'm hand waving a lot of money stuff here, but I am kind of curious to remember what the actual price is. There it is. All right, so so it's 800 gold.
Ah.
So something
I
that
don't
would be,
stop to pick that up when I drop it out of my pocket.
to give you guys an idea of stuff like that, means that it is a like noticeable expense for your character, but still well within affordable.
Yeah. I spend more than that on rituals every day.
But
Gary's
again,
not
there's
amused.
the understanding that a lot of the people that you're around, 800 gold is like a huge amount of wealth.
Yeah.
Yeah.
With the
I
guard,
wouldn't scoff at the price when the guard would say, but
Mhm. Externally.
hmm
Would the guards know about any artificers or engineers?
He would say that if you're looking for some hull work done or artificing, any of the proper smithies in the city have to have their artificer's license before they are given the title.
I am searching for a particularly intelligent engineer. Who would you recommend to tackle a difficult and complicated engineering feat.
So he thinks about it for a minute. And then he would say, there is a bladeling by the name of Bregaman who is in the Sundowns. He's the head of the shipwrights. If you need something that's unusual or custom, he would be the person I would go to.
Thank you.
In character, um, you guys have been around enough people of different races, and especially for the people that are from Prosperity, have been around bladelings enough to know that he says it's a bladeling kind of specifically, and then he says the guy's name, but the name is not a bladeling name.
Mm.
So this it's one of those things of like that you'd pick up as in characters, like, oh, why would he just randomly say the person is a bladeling? And then when he says his name, you're like, oh, because he has a non-traditional bladeling name.
What is Bregaman traditionally?
Um, you guys can sort of tell that it's a Minotaur name.
Mm. Okay.
You've met enough Minotaur by now that start
Mhm.
to recognize the
Greek.
vaguely Greek.
Mhm.
So, you guys keep heading through. Like I said, the thoroughfare to get from place to place is well traveled, even if it's mostly abandoned in places. And as you guys leave the Crucible and sort of head to head through sort of the abandoned sort of industrial area between the Crucible and the Sundowns, there's again, like I said, a main thoroughfare that's well traveled, but any of like the side paths are just sort of deserted alleys. A lot of them have like garbage or scrap metal or stuff that's kind of been pushed off to the side um, to kind of keep the main thoroughfare clean. As you guys are walking in that corridor between the Crucible and Sundowns, you can hear this strange sort of kind of clicking sound, like a tapping, like, and it's coming from the areas to either side of you all as you're walking down the corridor. Um, yeah, it just sounds like fairly loud tapping, not rhythmic in any discernible way. That's maybe a couple blocks away on either side of you. What would you guys do?
Hmm. Can I
Rhythmic.
use?
Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
Does it seem like are we like in a crowd of people or are we alone?
You're alone. So this
Oh,
is
okay.
the area between the two inhabited sections of the city, where like again, think of like a road between two cities. There's likely to be traffic on here pretty frequently. There's nobody around right now, but you're traveling between the two sort of populated areas.
Okay. I was wondering if it was like those turnstiles that like keep track of how many people enter.
Oh no, it's just like again the idea here is that this is a city that only has a couple little places that are populated in the city, and then has this big chunks of abandoned areas in between the inhabited places.
Mhm.
So this is like signals between gang members. They're about to jump us, right?
Probably those guys we looked at funny who almost died from our looks in that cafe.
Mhm.
I feel confident they wouldn't try to fuck with us.
I would hope.
Or they got their bigger, stronger friends to try.
Potentially.
So, I mean, you can hear the sound. You can hear that it does vaguely seem to be coming this direction from both sides. Is the group? Are you going to stop and see what's going on? Is this, double time it? Is it head back? Like, what does the group do if you can hear some sort of tapping, scrambling sound from these darkened, abandoned alleyways coming your direction?
Could I use projected consciousness to
Oh,
see what's up.
also, if it's dark, can I just like not make it dark? You know, see what's going on down there.
It's you would have more light if you turned on your weapon, but it's not like nighttime dark here. It's more like think of like if you're walking down a well lit street, but all the side streets are dark. So like where you are is well lit, but there's tons of dark alleys in either direction. Lighting the sunrod, or lighting up your weapon to shine bright light would illuminate those areas. But it's not like the area you're in right now is not well lit, if that makes more sense.
It would also potentially blind anyone who's in a dark alley looking out.
Also true.
I mean, we could do a combo. You want to send your shape consciousness in and I'll light it up?
Well, I don't know if I want to announce our presence without knowing what this is yet. Like I was thinking maybe do a little recon.
Sure.
I also so my projected consciousness is within 10, but my spirit companion is within 20.
Mm-hmm.
So I think maybe I would start out getting sharp prey to check things
Okay.
out.
Kind of summon it down one of the kind of as far as you can sense down
Mhm.
one of the alleys.
Yeah.
So
Roger.
you send it down one of the alleys, and you don't get to see through its eyes like you do with your projecting consciousness, but it
Mhm.
can kind of give you information. It can send back usually like impressions and images and stuff.
Mhm.
Um, but you send it down, and then when you send it down one of the alleys where you can hear the scrambling coming, you can tell as soon as you do that that the scrambling in that way changes, and things like whatever it is that's moving in the alleyways goes to avoid your spirit companion when it summons down there.
Mm.
And then after a couple of seconds, the scrambling on both sides of the thoroughfare stop completely, and the companion gives you an impression um, of things crawling through like the undergrowth. From its perspective, it sees things that are warily approaching. It doesn't
Mhm.
give you the impression that what is coming is a predator. It sees it as and it doesn't really see it as prey either, but as like other things that are searching and hunting through the growth. So it sort of considers it whatever's around as sort of like a peer of itself.
Does it give a sense of like hostility?
No, it kind of gives you like neutral. Like it doesn't
Mm.
from the perspective of your companion, it doesn't see it as especially hostile or especially friendly.
Gotcha.
And I'm going to assume at this point that you would have had to stop to do this.
Mhm.
Um, so you guys stop, have this moment of like, what exactly is going on, and then you hear kind of up from ahead of you some sort of creaking of like metal and like a whining of like a gear or something, and you hear this sort of loud scraping of a door opening. As you guys are walking through this place, the the crucible especially has a lot of verticality to it, so a lot of like tall ruined buildings and things, a lot of stuff that goes underground. And so there are these lifts that are kind of all over the place. And you can see that just up ahead of you, off to one side of the road, is one of those lifts that has the door open up, and a creature that makes a clicking sound when its legs hit the ground steps out of the lift, and kind of looks over towards you. So when it steps into the light, it is no longer hidden by the door that it was behind, and you can see this thing.
Oh.
So that is pretty close to what it looks like. There's only two changes there. The kind of give you an understanding of what you're really looking at. It's kind of like if you had a centaur, but both the sides of it were heavily insect inspired. And it does actually have that what looks kind of like a gun in its hand.
Filibuster.
But your characters would be would be less familiar with the idea of a gun being like a weapon
Hmm.
than that thing looking much more like a tool than it looks like a weapon. Uh, Part of the reason is the other change is while he does have this sort of cloak over one side, that seems to be the only piece of like clothing the creature is wearing. You can see on the sides of its like on the back part of its body, where the centaur, the horse part of the body would be. It has two rows of heavy bladed swords that are kind of on the like sheathed along the side of the creature. So it has this thing in one of its hands, and you can see one of its arms is hidden, and you can see it probably has the hidden arm on the hilt of one of the weapons that you can see sticking out from the side of it.
Can I wave to it and say, hello?
So it nods to you, and then you see those two almost claw looking like antennae twitch and orient on you, and you get this sensation of someone requesting a opening of telepathic channels. The
I
telepathic
allow it. Yeah.
Greetings. I am supposed to speak. There is communications that are supposed to happen, and I am an intermediate. Do you accept a proposition for communication?
the way that it talks is very heavy on the impressions,
Hmm.
and the words feel very unfamiliar to it. Like it doesn't seem like it's really used to talking in words, but
Hmm.
it's trying to use more words than what its normal mental communications would be. The same sort of fact is imagine someone's talking to you, but you can tell that they're reading from a page where like the fact that they're saying specific words is much more clear. That's what this
Hmm.
guy sounds like. Like he's reading from a page.
Um, can I respond? Yes, I will receive your communication. But can I sort of try to like include more imagery?
Sure. What imagery would you? So you're kind of doing the reverse of what he's doing.
Yeah, like I'm trying to like kind of make an effort to like communicate more in a way that he's used to. And I think I would maybe like include if I could like an image of the party and say like we will receive your communication.
So you get this weird sort of like humming sound as a response to that, which you can feel kind of comes with this sensation of like slight pleasure. So it's like the creature sends back the uh telepathic version of a thank you.
Hmm.
Um and you can feel when that happens that it sort of broadcasts out. Like he says it to you and to the party, but it goes away in every direction from him as well. And then when that little ripple of positive thought goes out, you hear kind of clicking in the distance. Like maybe things that have the same sort of feet as this guy are slightly repositioning themselves in response to something.
Hmm.
So after you say that, the creature, the voice coming from the creature does alter pretty heavily. And this one sounds what you would normally expect to have like psionic communication from another vaguely humanoid creature. Um, it is in words, and there is some other stuff there, but this is like a person who's used to talking, who's using telepathy as a second language. Whereas when the creature was talking to you the first time, it seemed more like its native way of speaking was telepathy, and it was sort of having to put it into words to help you understand stuff.
Hmm.
Um, And then you hear this voice come through and say, "Ah, if it isn't the heroes of Haven. You have made your way far away from your original location, have you not?"
Do I recognize this person?
You don't recognize the person, but you would recognize the way that he's talking. What his native language is vampire.
Hmm. Uh, do I get any vibe that these insect creatures are a part of any faction that I'm familiar with?
Uh, nope.
Like, I guess I'm looking for Weiss specifically.
No. Um, actually, one second. Sorry, on the wrong layer. Uh, oh, so the voice you don't recognize, the way that he's talking doesn't kind of have any specific connotations, but you can see that this guy's the insect creature in front of you has a whole bunch of symbols that are sort of carved all over his body, that look like protective runes. So basically, he's effectively wearing enchanted armor, but you're pretty certain that that armor is his skin. But you can see worked into the designs around his helm. It is fairly subtle, but you can recognize the crescent and the star symbol. And once you kind of can suss out the symbol on the armor, the crescent and the star is the symbol of House Turi.
Mhm. Oh,
So this guy
okay.
has a like House Turi brand on his head.
Gotcha.
Fuck.
So he says, "If it isn't the heroes of Haven, you've made it out very far."
Yes, we do get around. Is this envoy for us?
We have many resources scattered around the cosmos. You are not important enough to send someone specifically for, but after seeing your names and signatures on the registry, it would be impolite not to make an introduction. This creature I'm using is of a little import, but my name is Aranen Turi. I am curious. What is your business here in Tantarus? It is a strange place to find people that, from our resources, say are natives to Sulban, and rarely do people come out this far without a purpose.
Well, after our victory secured in Haven, we decided to seek a greater challenge amongst the cause. We have heard that it is where adventurers such as ourselves can go to make their fortunes.
Hmm. Well, it is potentially true. And you all have been a thorn in the side of my court. I think it's worth some small effort to bring you in for questioning and conversations. Your adventures will still be here. The cause rarely changes, but if you will come with this Formian, he will bring you into proper context so that we may discuss a few things. And I'll pause so you guys can have sort of a telepathic side conversation about what you guys want to do here.
So she wants to bring us in for questioning, she's saying?
He, but yes.
Oh, he, sorry, yeah. I mean, no? Not today. We have plans to meet others today. That's all I would want to say. Maybe tomorrow.
You
Is
guys
that what you say
agree?
to him? Like I said,
Uh,
I'm pausing for the sort of side conversation of what you guys want to do to this guy. And Michael, if you were there, you want to weigh in, would appreciate.
do we? I mean, we were told to get off the Prime because people like this would be looking for us.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, I thought Turi. Well, I guess we're not really aligned to them.
That's Margot.
Yeah.
Also, isn't the Night King a Turi?
Yes, the Night King is the head of Kurturi.
Yeah.
Oh. I mean, could I like say out loud something?
Sure.
What's wrong with just asking questions here?
So you see the insect thing kind of tilts its head and looks at you, and then you get the telepathic response from him. This servant isn't very good with sounds. If you need to say something, use your mind for a change.
uh, I'll do the same thing in my head, I guess.
Yes, I see no reason not to waste resources and time and energy on bringing you in if you are unwilling. At least not yet. But your response is obviously hiding things. I can offer some services. I have connections here in the city, and I wish to know exactly what you're after. I am not some hunger slave like the others you've encountered. I am more reasonable. I want an ideal in information. You can tell me what you're truly here for. Perhaps we can work together until one of us inevitably betrays the other.
I don't. Uh, uh, Generally, we don't betray people. I'm saying this in my head. You're just making a lot of assumptions here, brother.
I mean, unless the assumption is that he is going to betray us.
I
Yeah.
think that might be the assumption.
I think that is the assumption.
We have no love or trust for your king. I cannot see why we would give him any insight into our plans.
Well, there are a few reasons. I obviously want information that you have, and I can offer information in return. I would, of course, share this information with my court if it is properly purchased and bartered for, but I can offer a great many things. The cause is a dangerous locale, and my Formian servants know quite a bit about the inner movements of the cloud. If you are seeking to venture further in, I can make that a much more easy proposition for you. And should you not survive the dangers of the cloud, I didn't have to give any effort at all, and you're dealt with. You hear off in the distance that clicking sound, but it's lighter, like things are moving into position around you.
Call off your insect troops, and you may meet us at a neutral location this evening. But we will not be bullied by you. And if the cause is as dangerous as you say, there is no reason to help us, and your problem will soon resolve itself. I don't see the point of this exercise, but I will have a drink later, and if you are there, it does not bother me.
Hmm. You plan to stay in the city until this evening? Very well. I might see if another contact of mine can make contact with you. But I am curious. Your capabilities were very poorly reported by the ghoul cameras. They were focused more on the members of our court and allies than they were on you. I'm curious how exactly formidable you are. Is there a reason I shouldn't risk a small risk to get a better understanding of your capabilities?
This guy said risk twice in the same sentence.
Can I like bypass him and connect with the insect directly?
You can try to.
I'd like to try to.
So you're basically using psionics to try to bully your way through a mental connection. By default, that's going to be intimidate. I could sort of see a justification for bluff. If there is another thing that you're wanting to do, I would need justification that's not one of those two.
Hmm. Yeah, sure. I'll do intimidate. Uh,
Yeah, it's gonna- Second. Need a moment to check DCs, especially because I think that's reasonably close to what the DC is. Mm, Nope, it's not in there. That is super. I need to look this up.
yeah.
Oh, wait a minute. No, I don't. Hang on. I'm being dumb. This is on the token. I had already prepped this. Get to.
I saw y'all, Gambit.
So you can sense that there is this sort of strong undercurrent of very difficult to understand psionic energy that's sort of layered underneath the conduit of communication being used, but you're not able to penetrate through. So basically, you can sense that there's this psionic thing that's been put on top of it that allows this guy to use this
Mhm,
creature as sort of a midway point,
mhm,
and that there is something below it, but you're not strong enough to be able to push through,
mhm.
or at least your first attempt was not strong enough.
Could I? I'm thinking like, could I use like Bastion of Mental Clarity to beef it up a little bit?
Um, hmm. Not really, because it's kind of designed to be the opposite of that. Like, Bastion of
Okay.
Mental Clarity, if this thing was already one of your allies and it was sort of an unwilling use of being a conduit, like if
Mhm,
Filibuster was the conduit for this creature talking to you, then yeah, it totally would work. But this
mhm.
creature does seem to be, it is willingly participating, right? It is a servant of this thing.
Gotcha.
It has the mark of the house on its head.
Mhm. Okay.
So does anyone have a response to his thing of like, hey, that might be the case. Do you have a reason why I shouldn't, get a test of your combat abilities?
We're not in a heavily populated area, are we?
No, you're
No.
between the two populated areas. You're in the think of like the parts of the city that have like a bunch of closed businesses and like a abandoned factory, that sort of stuff. That's the part of town that you guys are in.
And there were no guard stations nearby.
Now there was a guard station that was sort of the where you enter the crucible. Like you left from a guard station several blocks ago. Um, and you know that there's going to be another one when you get to Sundowns. But you're between the guard stations in the abandoned area between the sections right now.
Sigh. I mean,
It is very clear that this was set up here specifically because it is in this spot. Like this is pretty
Mhm.
clearly, if not an ambush of actual fighting, which it might still be, it was an ambush for a conversation.
how would we feel about saying we do not want to use our full power for fear of gaining the Star Shadow's attention? Or is that giving away too much information?
Yeah, I mean, this guy might be in league with the Star Shadows.
Yeah, you're right.
So it's sounding like the answer is we don't have one.
Well,
Hmm.
hmm. Okay, so I would say you may have been focused on your own troops during the attack on Haven, but surely our fame throughout the galaxy has spread, as those who did watch us can attest to our strength. I can assure you we have only grown stronger since that time, and I would gesture to the insect creature. We have no desire to destroy innocent intermediaries in this. I am disappointed that you think so little of sentient life forms that you would dispose of them against us.
I can't imagine that the Imperium would look favorably upon your recent alliance were you to cause trouble in their territory.
So he kind of laughs and then says, "These things are bred to be used as tools. They're going to be killed by us if they aren't killed by you. But as you've said, if you've gotten stronger since the Battle of Haven, then our information is even more supposedly woefully out of date. The Kulmata has enough things, or that he wouldn't say the Kulmata, he would say the Shasek. The Shasek has enough things on her plate that she's not going to be bothered with every little street fight. I think it's worth the use of a couple of lives to see exactly how strong you are." You get this sense of the connection closing, and the creature sort of hunkers down slightly, and you see it pull its cloak back, revealing one of those swords. So, tokens on the map, please.
I mean, this one, like whatever you were planning on saying when you were trying to break through, is where you might want to be like, we have no desire to fight you.
Hmm.
So you guys are coming from the left hand side of the screen. This guy kind of stepped out of this thing up at the top. So if you see, I don't, can you see this? If I measure like
Mhm.
this, can you guys see the green line?
Yep.
Yes.
Yes.
Okay. So it came out of this. This is a lift going down. So this opened up. It walked out into the middle of the screen, into the middle of the street, and then stopped there to talk with you. Mr. Filibuster, are you there?
I am here. Sorry. We're fighting.
We're fighting.
Oh.
Now I'm going
Or-
to say this is a question for you guys. Today was already going to be a little bit of a shortened session. I know Michael doesn't feel that well, and so running combat when you don't feel well, especially like high level 4th edition combat, can be a bit of a bear for the brain. And not having Griffle here as well. If you guys want to stop here, we can. If you guys want to do the combat, we can. I'm going to leave it very much up to you guys, because this does mean we have a very truncated session today, but you guys did sort of trigger this event. And this is also one that, if we've only got 3 players that have a brain here, it might be a little awkward.
That's generous.
1.5 at best if you put all of us together. Come on.
I know what it feels like to try to run a complicated character when you feel like garbage, especially if you've got like sinus crap going on like Michael does. So I don't want to be like, yeah, run this whole character in this big combat while you feel like shit. So we got to kind of leave it to you, Michael.
I'm kind of neutral. I'll do whatever.
I'm
Everyone
perfectly
thinks
fine stopping. If Michael's not feeling good and we're all very missing Griffle,
Yeah.
I'm fine
I will.
stopping.
I won't be disappointed if we stop, but I'm game for doing the combat if people want to.
Same.
So, Michael, it sounds like it's mostly up to you. Like,
Yuck.
How do you feel, friend?
yeah, like
Just
On a
one
level of
guy.
difficulty, what would you say this? I don't think it's one guy, but on a level of difficulty, how difficult is this combat going to be?
I don't know.
No.
It is.
Well, could
It
we
is-
theoretically finish it in 2 hours?
Yes. And it is a. It's not like a. It's not an especially complex combat, I guess is the way to say. I can't give you an answer on difficulty, but it's not especially complicated. It's
Okay, that's a good answer.
pretty straightforward combat.
I think I'm okay to do it.
If we die because he's not feeling good, do we get a redo next session?
Wait, listen here, brother.
Wow.
My rolls are regularly
God.
higher than yours. What happens when we die if you don't do well?
Well, that's just expected at this point.
He just has to stand there and look pretty.
Yeah, just take a beating. I don't actually deal damage here, guys. Come on.
Oh, look, it's Griffle.
What?
Well, now we have to do it.
Hello. Yeah.
Hello. We just finished session.
Oh,
No, I'm kidding.
No, we didn't.
We did just have a discussion of whether we were stopping or not because you weren't here, though.
oh.
How do you feel? Do you feel up to?
I do. I'm a little poorly, but I'm doing all right.
So the next question is, how do you feel about doing a combat?
Yeah, we're just about to start a
Yeah, I
combat.
could do a combat. I could do a combat. Yeah, that actually might
Okay.
be a bit easier.
Alrighty then.
Because
Right.
that's what we talked ourselves into.
Yep. We ineffectively
Well,
choosed.
A guy said, "I need to know how strong you are. So, is there a reason I shouldn't fight you to know?" And Kylie said, "Oh, you're even less aware of how powerful we are." And he was like, "Okay, cool."
So, recap briefly.
Yeah.
It's an agent of the Turi.
Yeah.
We
Oh,
keep running into these guys in space cities, by the way.
hmm
I hate this for us.
There's basically no recap. We walked a block, ran into this insect thing that was a microphone for a tree guy, and now we have to kill it. And now
I mean,
you're caught up.
there's a little bit more, but yeah, that'll get you where we are here. Basically, this. Do you know what a Formian is? Griffle?
No.
Okay, so
You're about to.
The insect centaur.
Yeah.
Oh, what the fuck? Okay.
think of a centaur, but both sides are basically an ant, or
Okay.
heavily ant inspired.
And we're presumed to have had a long rest before we're
Yes.
starting with everything, right?
Correct.
Cool.
Now, the guy is having this thing fight us so he knows how powerful we are.
So we need to lose.
So everybody blow your dailies.
Yeah. So basically, they got to this thing. It said, I want to contact. I want you to talk to my master. And then they talked to Ellen and Tari, and Tari was basically like, "Oh, if it's not the Heroes of Haven, what are you doing here? Can we maybe exchange some information?" And then the group was like, "Yeah, fuck you and everything you stand for." And he's like, "Cool. Well, I don't really care about these creatures, and it would be worthwhile information to know how strong you are. So, do you have a reason why I shouldn't just throw these creatures at you? And if they die, then it's not that big of a deal. And if they kill you, great, you're dead." And the group was like, "Not really." And now combat.
I said it impacts the tenuous alliance that they just forged with the Imperium, but
They were unimpressed.
Gary didn't even make me roll for that one.
Correct.
Also, I know you just said we had a long rest. I'm down a healing surge. I don't remember why.
You were down.
Get raised?
You were down a few healing surges previously, but
Maybe because of the
Oh yeah, it's just this one guy. See, guys?
yeah, just one.
yeah,
dude.
just the one guy. I said.
He's rolling for each leg.
Mhm.
Yep.
Yeah, if you guys can, Initiatize, please.
Yes, I can.
Does anyone remember why I was down a healing surge? No.
I would guess
Did
that it's
Did you
because
die?
No. No, like just I've spent a healing surge on
of
something.
the star shadows, maybe.
Star Shadow stuff would have been a lot of healing surges. I don't know why you would have just spent one. But I'm just looking back through my notes from beginning of last session because I don't think you spent any surges during the conversation.
Oh,
with-
it was when I was climbing the wall, Gary.
oh yeah,
Oh yeah.
that is
Jeez.
correct.
The simplest task in the world.
You're trying to get up on a table.
And I lost a surge.
I love that for you.
All right. A D20.
So just to give you an idea, the mechanically how the combat's going to work, the guard is the only one that's going to have a full turn to start with. But the other creatures are going to get partial turns when they, move on to the battlefield. So they are in positions of being able to somewhat ambush you guys, but still need a little bit of stuff to kind of get onto the board and get into line of sight and that sort of stuff.
Oh, where's the chicken?
Oh
Down
yeah.
a hallway.
Also, I can't see one
Just
of
came back.
Minnie's bar labels.
Oh really?
I also
Weird.
can't.
Nor can I.
can. Oh, I don't
Why?
know why.
Like I can see how much health Drock and Filibuster and
hmm
Griffle have, but I can't see that for one.
There we go.
It should be.
I-
default.
I don't know why. Like, I've never really paid attention to the numbers, but I definitely thought Morin was squishier than 1.
Oh no.
No.
Well, yeah, clearly based on the numbers, but that, in my brain, I always thought Morin was, like, at last cannon. I don't know why.
It's because he died that first combat that he
Oh,
joined
yeah.
the party.
Yeah, that's probably true, yeah.
I got crit like on the first attack made against me in the campaign.
I was gonna say the first combat you had with the group was against the judge, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. And the judge had your number. He kicked the shit out of you.
Mm-hmm.
So we had a long rest before, like at the beginning of last session.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. I'm trying to do better with my dice of auspicious fortune.
Mhm.
hmm
You want to go ahead and roll this? Sorry, I
No, I wrote them last time. I just
I
wanted
sort
to
of
make
forgot
sure
about this trigger, so I didn't review the monsters for
Oh.
this combat when I was doing all my session prep stuff. So if you guys want to give me like 5 minutes, go and get like water, whatever else, and then we'll come back and jump into combat. I just need to look and see what these guys do real quick.
Sure.
Okay.
Remind me.
So it's not me that's holding us up. It's you.
Well,
I love how
Weird.
every time he thinks we're gonna get into combat, we don't. And this time we do.
We do.
Well, he asked us if we should do combat, and all of us like none of us had a good answer. So I mean, we could have gotten out of it, which is what we probably expected.
I mean, we couldn't have gotten out of it. We could have just not done it today.
Oh no, it sounded like if we had given a good answer, we could have gotten out of it. Like,
But
the
we
guy-
didn't.
Yeah, all of us, our brains are off. It's like, I don't know. Like, if I were you, I'd do the same thing. Cannon fodder, test strength, go.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, so I guess I'll rush up to this guy to start. And then, I don't know, like, as a team, are we, like, gonna blow all of our crazy dailies or, like, try and, like, restrain ourselves so we don't look or don't give away too much information? Does it matter?
I think you should do what feels right.
I don't think that I'm going to use any daily, but you never know what's
Not-
going to happen.
Not yet.
Hello, I'm back.
welcome back.
Thank
Like
you.
if you start rolling all ones, Drock, and then a bunch of enemies show up, I might have to blow a daily. But
So, the standard, got it.
All right. Drock, you're up first. You not lightning rush, whatever it's called.
Speed of
The
thought.
thing at the start of your
Thought.
combat. Speed of thought. Speed of thought into position. And then what next?
And now that's what I'm trying to figure out. Sure, we'll just do a basic attack. I never use this thing anyway, so we'll do this. Sorry, I'm just reading up on.
What if it has a counterattack and just smacks you back?
Oh, probably, right?
It does have a gun.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe he doesn't like being hit in the face.
All right, there we go.
25 against AC is not going to connect. And when you sort of like rebound off this, like he doesn't move. It doesn't connect because it just glances off of his armor, and you don't even feel like you were reasonably close to hitting him.
Okay.
Like it wasn't that you didn't miss him because he got out of the way. He looked at your attack and then didn't think it was worth moving from.
Cool. Good job, guys. This will go great.
Well,
I-
roll
Remember
better
when
than
you
a
said
roll better than a
and I
5.
quote-
I did a 6. Come on, that's like what my. Oh,
Remember
mine's a
what I
5.
said? You said, and I quote, "If we die because filibuster does poorly."
He did say
Anything
that.
else from Drac?
No, not that. The Bowman's Demand is what I meant to click.
This man just fucking crit.
I know on a thing I didn't mean to
not the one he
click.
wanted to use.
Where's Balmind's Demand? All my buttons moved on me, so I've just.
Well,
lost
there goes
everything.
your good roll for the day.
Right. All right, so I mark him, but that's all I got.
So you attempt to mark him with a psionic effect, and you feel this incredible psionic presence in the creature as it sort of like pushes away your power and it attempts to save from the effect of your psionics. It's
Lol.
Wow.
Hey, at least it didn't hit you with that. You know.
you try to mark it and you feel it just sort of shrug off the effect, and it's kind of like you kind of like water hitting a windshield, right? Like you felt like there was something there that it just slid off, like your mark just sort of slid off of.
Now, did the mark slide off easier than the attack?
No,
Yeah.
mentally, he saw your mark coming and decided it wasn't worth dodging.
Guys, I know I normally say I feel useless in combat, but this is going horrible.
No. You're doing exactly what we wanted for this Turi guy.
So
Fuck's sake.
he's gonna move. So he's gonna move to here, and he provokes an attack of opportunity from Drac.
Yay, let me miss again.
Oh yeah, where is the chicken?
Have we made a token for that yet?
Mm-hmm.
Did I bind it to something?
Oh. I don't have control of it.
I very much remember doing this,
Mm-hmm.
but I don't see what I bound that token to. My brain has to go look at the.
Talk about a
NPC
token for the chicken?
Yeah,
There has been one.
Yeah.
I know there is. I just don't know what journal entry it's bound to.
Mm.
So I'm just going to use like a picture for the moment.
Okay.
As
Yeah,
the
it
token,
doesn't-
and then I'll fix it
that's
later. Sorry.
That's okay.
It is not currently present because it's like way down one of the alleys.
No, it came back to tell me what was up, right?
No, it
Or-
just sent that through your link.
Oh, okay.
All right. The hit with a flail, same thing. Like as the creature moves past you, it just allows your weapon to glance off of its armor, and it draws blades.
Did
So
it
draws-
feel like I was getting closer?
You're definitely getting closer, but you can tell this creature is just sort of relying on its armor to avoid attacks rather than being like fast or anything like that. It's just relying on the fact that it is very heavily armored and it doesn't think your attacks are going to be able to get through. So yeah, he is gonna move to there. And then I just looked this up. Forgot. Let's see. Yeah, we'll start off with he will use close burst 1. He's gonna do the bearer of the Queen's will.
Even if I redirect to close burst 1, it still hits everyone, right?
You can take the attack for one person. So if you went in there, it would right now it's targeting Morin and Griffle. You could lightning rush to take either Morin or Griffle's swing, but it wouldn't add you to the list, if that makes sense.
All right. Yeah, I will try one more time to hit this guy because I really want to.
Okay, so move into position and lightning rush. And whose attack are you trying to take the blow for?
Morin's, I think.
Okay.
Yay.
He is weak and frail.
I'm a glass cannon.
Oh,
Ooh.
that's gotta do it.
Woo!
He did it.
The
Oh,
crit
no,
crit.
sorry.
Wow.
A natural 20 does not connect with his armor.
So yeah, you move your character to be able to be there. So I moved you, but put yourself adjacent to him.
yeah,
somewhere.
totally, yeah.
And it's
actually, it'd be even +2 because I didn't include flanking on there.
yeah. So, but it crits more. So 55 damage total. Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm trying to see if there's anything else. So 55, you strike into it. You see the heads on it light up as it strikes in, burning into the creature's hide. It definitely notices that you just hit it.
It dies.
It's a
But-
minion with 40 AC.
But you can, when you hit it and knock into it, one, it's a beefy hit, but also this creature is still very sturdy. And the other thing you'll notice is that your weapon very strangely rebounds off it. Like Triptychos is sending you a feeling of almost pain striking into the weapon or striking into the creature. Like your weapon does not like hitting this thing.
Huh.
Uh-oh.
It's not glowing though, is it?
the-
It's not gold.
Is it
You mean to you?
primal? Is
To
it
me.
Is it primal?
It
guy?
is. It is not glowing to you. So targets are Drock as first target, Griffle as second target. 26 versus Fortitude against Drock, and 29 versus Fortitude against Griffle.
Oh, that misses.
That might miss. Let me double check.
And
Griffle
cannot
support is
stand.
27 by default.
I don't think I have any bonuses at the moment, so yeah, it would hit.
Okay. So it's 25 points of psychic damage, and basically erupting from this creature is a wave of powerful, oppressive psionics that just smashes everything around it into the ground. And you can see like rubble and stuff around it is pushed into the ground, and the ground, which is mostly metal, sort of creaks under this sort of psionic weight that it is pressed down around it.
Is this
I'm gonna
a
give you-
fey creature?
Might be.
But it
Monster
is.
knowledge check. Do monster knowledge check.
Monster knowledge check when you are on your turn. Where is
It's Drock's turn. No, it's not Drock's.
No,
not
it's
Drock's
not. I'm just trying to
Uh,
figure out why my weapon would have been hurt. And the only thing I can think of, it's a fey creature, but it's aligned with winter. And the thing is, owner kills a non-winter fey creature.
he spends an action point. And he draws those two heavy blades and then starts to just rain blows down around him. So yeah, he's gonna do this.
This guy is so lame.
One of the targets is going to be Griffle. Drock hit him, so Drock's going to be one of the targets as well. And then we're going to do Morin and 1. So Drock, Morin, 1, and Griffle are the 4 targets.
Reach.
Yep. So Drock is the first target, 33 versus your AC.
Yep.
And I'll give him the yellow 1.
Marked. Oh my god.
Morin is target 2. 24 versus AC, which I assume is going to miss. Griffle, Morin is target 3.
I think that might hit.
You haven't moved yet.
Yep, just barely. Do you want to take this damage for me for a attack bonus, Drock?
That's a question for Drock. Drock, do you want to take the hit?
Sure.
So you take 22 psychic thunder damage, but you have a +2 to attack and a +5 to damage until. Oh
The
wait, is
attack
that
roll
end of?
against Griffle is wrong, but it's not high enough to matter. So I 123 doesn't hit your AC, does it?
No.
Cool.
23 does not hit my AC.
Sorry, Morin, when's that bonus end?
Yeah, hold on. I need to press the button. It might be until end of my next turn, which makes it useless. Yeah. So never mind. I will take the damage.
Okay, yeah, that's a good point.
He didn't take any penalty attack rolls because he
Attack different
spread
people.
the attacks around.
22.
And that is end for his turn.
Okay. But I'm gonna blade burst trap.
Okay.
And Griffle, do you want to take a swing at the Myrmidon?
I would like to do that. Yes.
Myrmidon.
Okay.
It is worth noting that Griffle
Is
is
it-
prone.
Oh, sorry.
Wait,
I'm
she's
not saying you
prone?
shouldn't do that, but I'm just saying you are taking -2.
Yes, the first ability he used knocked Griffle prone.
Well,
Okay. Do I still get is it just an MBA?
yes.
Mhm.
Okay. Um,
And
I assume a 23 is not going to hit.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
It's okay. My turn is 1 action. Don't worry about it.
Correctly now. Oh my god, that is so much nicer. The back
Wait,
button
what?
on initiative and Roll20 has been broken forever, so you just had to continually mash forward to get it to go to the next person. But they finally
Oh.
fixed it. So I can actually go back if I skip somebody.
Morin, you're gonna attack him, right?
Yes.
Okay. There you go. That's for you.
Okay.
I love you.
I'm gonna step back.
Question: are you going to step back and then do that? Because you're going to provoke if you don't.
Does he have threatening reach?
Yes.
Okay, well then I step back. Actually, I'll
Okay.
move 2, and then I do it.
You move to.
Yeah, shift.
If
Oh,
you
do it.
move or make an attack, he is going to make a swing at you.
Oh, I was originally just gonna shift or move 1 then. So okay.
You can shift 1, yeah.
Yeah.
Shift 1.
Okay, I'll
yeah.
shift. There we go. I will do that.
Okay.
And that is my turn.
Morin, you're up.
Cool. Okay. I'm going to. Which one do I want to do today? Oh, hold on. I don't have this on my. Yeah, okay. So I'm going to teleport 3 squares. God. 1, 2, 3. And curse the Myrmidon. which I think is normally yellow, but we'll make it purple today. I'm gonna charge up my gloves with 2 charges, making it acid.
Charge up my gloves.
Yeah. And I'm going to pain to pleasure. And you're not gonna believe this, but I am gonna crit. Wait, where is my?
You gotta hit it
You
first.
gotta hit first.
I think he's going to use one of his die rolls.
Oh.
I don't
What's
have
it?
auspicious dice.
Oh, never mind. Yes,
But
you have to
hold
crit.
on.
Or you have to hit in order to
I have
crit
to
with
hit.
prophecy.
There it is. Okay. It's not. Don't have prime shot. Is he standing on the ground?
He is standing on the ground.
Okay. It's lightning. Okay, so does a 24 or a 29 hit?
This is reflex. Okay, hang on. Probably. The 24 does not. The 29 does.
Okay, so I hit it because I have to connect with one of them.
Mm-hmm.
Does that change the damage, or can I choose now to make it a crit?
You can choose to make it a crit.
Choose now to make it a crit if you want.
Okay, so I'm going to crit.
Okay.
Does that mean it's 1d10 or 2d10? Is the question.
It is. It's still just be the 1d10 because you only hit with one side
Okay.
of it, right?
Yeah, that's fine. So it's going to be 35 plus 9
44.
plus.
You
Yeah,
can curse
so
him.
he is cursed, so then it's going to be another 18. And my gloves.
When you attempt to curse him, since your curse is partially psionic, he is going to attempt to.
It's not
be cursed.
psionic.
You have Sorcerer Kings, right?
Oh, yeah, it's psychic.
Psychic.
Okay.
He does not. He is cursed.
Okay. Where is my? Okay, definitely some of my buttons have been taken off of my token.
61 is the current damage total.
Yeah, and where are my gloves? There they are. Plus another 2d6.
So plus 12. So
Yeah. 73.
73. Yep. And what flavors? It's acid and some other stuff.
It's gonna be fire, acid, lightning, and cold.
Okay, fire, acid, lightning, cold. Okay. He takes full damage.
And psychic.
He takes full damage, although you can tell that he has some resistances to some of the things that you hit him with. Like if you didn't hit him with a kaleidoscope, he would have individually resisted or been immune to a couple of those things.
Yep. Okay. And I get 3 HP back.
All right.
And he dies.
He does not die. He is hurt. Anything
Yeah,
else
that
for
it.
Warren?
Nope, that's gonna do it.
Right.
But I am now partially concealed. Oh wait, does a
Let's see.
26 versus reflex hit? Because I was actually concealed, and so I would have combat advantage.
26 reflex would have hit, yes.
So that's another 10 damage.
Okay. 10 more, which means he's bloody.
Thank God.
All right. Woolbears. Woolbear number 2 is going to kind of shuffle in from a side alleyway. And the DM is going to see whether his starting position is enough to do what he wants to do. I think the answer is no. Hit a couple of people without having. So sure. He'll see how strong these things are. So this is going to be an area burst 3 within 10. Where's my drawing? Hang on. Draw square. 10. Oh, that didn't work. Sorry, DM trying to use new tools. Does that work? There we go. That's the origin square. And it's going to be Drock and Griffle as the 2 targets. So sends this upwelling of powerful psionic energy as a sense of like dread starts to fill the mind of Griffle and Drock. Drock is first target, Griffle is second. It is a fear effect if that matters for abilities and things, but a 21 will against Drock is, I don't think, going to connect, and the 19 will against Griffle is definitely not going to connect.
Correct.
And that is, I believe, it is turn. Yes. The other guy, he sees that was not super effective. He would like to get into better position. So he is going to move. He's going to hop on top of this. No, that's probably no. He'll hop up above here. Okay.
Look, artillery.
I'll just move down here. Forming Scytheman number 3. So crawling up from that open lift gate, you have these creatures that have these appendages that are on top that look like kind of scythe-like blades, like axe-like blades, and then they're scrambling along the ground on the other 4 legs, and it is going to charge out of the lift at Drock. And use Charging Rebuke. So hit 31 AC against Drock.
So ties connect, right? So that hits.
I show you as 32 AC. Do you have a reason that you're not 32 AC?
I do. Are you looking at my token or my? Yeah, my token says 32. Maybe my sheet didn't save something I changed then? Because I was trying to update my sheet and my token at the same time. My sheet currently says 31.
Mm-hmm. I don't know if you had because we had the long conversation about what type of armor you're wearing.
Oh yeah,
I don't know if you have your scale armor properly scaled up.
Yeah, maybe I switched it on my sheet after. So I did the partial AC and partial fortitude one. So
so you have okay. So I think 31 is correct then. If you did the partial AC, partial fortitude.
I think so.
Update your token.
Wait, if I have I have 30. With is that? It seems like he should have one more than me. I don't know. Maybe not.
You guys are both in scale, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
29 psychic damage, and he will move you down there and knock you prone.
So if we're both in scale, how do I have 31 and you have 30?
I didn't upgrade my armor.
You
probably have upgraded your armor.
Yeah.
All right. So that's it for the Formian. He charged. Griffle, you're up.
Hi. So I'm still prone, right?
You are prone and cannot stand save ends. Correct.
Oh, Sabians. Okay. Do I have? What am I? Oh no, that's when I fail a save. Okay, no, I don't have anything to fix that problem.
Sorry, really quickly, because I hit the Fomorian guard,
Mhm.
can I go ahead and knock him or immobilize him?
Sure.
Save ends.
Yep. Go ahead,
Um. I guess. Sorry. Been a while.
Yeah. We had a lot of non-combat sessions in a row.
I'm just trying to remember like what I do. Um, is this so attacks on the run isn't really worth blowing because yeah, this was gonna be can I hit something other than AC? I wonder, could I use perhaps like he has a big AC, maybe his will isn't very good, has one of many gone, or no, one goes after me.
Yeah. He
Can I
seems resistant to
delay?
psychic.
You can delay if you want.
Yeah, can I go after one?
Sure.
Or
I'm almost positive the artifact handout is fully updated as well. Oh no, it's not. Bah. I could have sworn that I did that.
Did you make another one?
Huh?
Did you make a separate one?
No, I thought I updated the one that was in here, but that's I'll
That's okay.
maybe I spent all the time making one of many is completely updated and then yeah. Okay, never mind. It is a pain in the ass to get it to format correctly, and it's a very frustrating process. So I keep putting it on the back burner, but I will fix that for Baneslayer. Sorry. One of many. You're up.
yeah. Can I do a monster knowledge check?
Sure. So it is an Arcana check against this guy.
Okay.
Although it is a me roll, not a you roll. So
Oh,
one
okay.
second. It is a knowledge check. You don't know. Oh, I missed that prompt. Hang on. That prompt was something something. For scrying rituals. Okay. So. So this creature is indeed a creature of the wilds. And it has within it not only a very powerful psionic presence, but it also has a pretty potent fey presence. So sort of the way this creature feels when you try to sense what's going on and try to figure out how it's functioning is somewhat similar to like a martial version of how you're doing stuff. Kind of like a reverted thing. So it's start psionic, has a lot of fey stuff, but they're very intermingled on a pretty basic level. With the check, you know that it is very fast, so movement speed of 9. It is immune to most diseases and poisons. It is immune to acid. It is resistant to psionics and psychic abilities. You've already seen its ability to save out of conditions that have the psychic keyword. And outside of that piece, right? You can see that it's still basically just a soldier. Like it's a get in there, fight, knock them around using heavy weapons. It is heavily armored. It doesn't have a lot of sort of extra supernatural abilities. But one thing that you can tell is the way that all these creatures move. They're moving with a sort of collective force that makes you think that either they have a very active psionic communication between them where they're like constantly communicating and talking and sort of battle planning on the fly, or they have some sort of collective intelligence. You're pretty certain that this creature is going to either gain abilities or gain benefits if anything that is connected with its collective intelligence dies.
It's going to gain benefits if it dies.
Yes.
Oh. Um.
Wait, it will gain benefits or its allies will?
Yes.
Oh, okay. That's very
So
interesting.
killing them strengthens them. Okay. Um, and can I? Uh, so where is my chicken? Is a question I have. Can we assume it's running towards me? But I don't know where you want to say that it was.
So I in my mind, it was down this way.
Okay.
You can take. I don't think you have the feat for it, but you can take 2 actions. You can minor and put it wherever you want it to be.
Don't want to do that. Will you just say that it's right where it is right now?
Sure.
Okay. But it can move on my turn, correct?
When you take a movement action, you can command it to move up to your speed,
Okay.
and it doesn't
So,
provoke attacks for opportunity or things like that because it's a conjuration.
yeah. Um, okay. Um, can I communicate with this Myrmidon guard, or is it like that's closed?
You can tell that the communication, the sort of piggybacked on top of the guard was closed. You haven't tried to open communications with it right now, but
Hmm.
it's not, uh, when, Ellen and Tari hung up, it wasn't like everything was closed off, it was just
Hmm.
the conversation ended. You could try to restart one if you wanted to have one.
Yeah, I mean, I do want to try to not fight these if possible. So I would like to try to open the communication.
So if you send sort of the knock to open communications, it will immediately open.
Okay. Can I send it kind of an image of like a general forcing an army to fight, but the army like doesn't want to fight?
You can. Um, and you get this sense back from the creature of this like feeling of importance and a feeling of othering. Like it doesn't consider itself important, but it considers something else very important. And
Mhm.
it gives you the sense of like a mass or an army or something like that fighting. But if any of them die, it doesn't matter because
Mhm.
it's all in service to the stuff that does. And when you get that sense back, you get this very sense of like it considers itself a member of a hive and
Mhm.
it's not an important member of a hive.
Yeah. Can I send it like an image of us with Clotho and like we're all in a hive together?
With Clotho?
Yeah. It's Faye.
It's Winterfell, though. Well,
Mm.
that's my assumption, but sure, go for it.
Um, I would like a skill check associated with that because that does have a chance of doing something,
Mhm.
but I don't know what you're I don't know how you're presenting it, right? Like cuz that sounds like it's kind of a diplomacy check to me, but
Yeah.
I want you to kind of justify whatever skill check you think is as appropriate.
Yeah. Um hmm.
And I have a second question for you as well, which is
Sure.
you can tell that this creature is not very good or is not accustomed to thinking in words.
Mhm.
Are you going to try to use like make a point of the name Clotho in your head when you send this communication? Or are you going to try to give like a psychic impression of like this thing?
Yeah, I'd like to give a psychic impression of like when she brought the dawn in Haven. Like I want to show it her then as she was doing that. And sure, I'll do diplomacy. Do you want me to roll it?
Yeah, you're going to know whether you succeed or fail.
Okay. Oof.
So with a 14, you send the stuff through and you get sort of just a very confused response from the creature. Like it doesn't really understand what you're trying to say to it. Again, that sort of thing of like uh you're psionically speaking the same language through, because psionics doesn't have a language other than just the creature has a target language. You know that your communication is very inefficient because you
Hmm.
think very different from this creature. And you're
Yeah.
very certain that the message went through, but the meaning got completely garbled when you sent it
Mm.
through.
Can I use my lucky charm?
So that would, first of all, so if you're
Mm.
doing this, I would say this is going to take some sort of action, and I'm going to ask
Okay.
you what type of action this is if you're going to try to press it.
A minor
The
action.
more of an action you use, the lower the DC is as a note.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess I'll go minor action.
Okay.
Okay. So I get to roll 2d6 and add the higher one to the thing. I'll add 4, so it's an 18.
4. 18.
Yeah.
So with an 18, you can sense it got through a little bit. And the idea that you are part of a hive, that you are part of a collective, you can tell that that concept doesn't really translate very well because you can tell that this creature has a very strong understanding of what that means to it. And you're kind of not speaking on that same level. You're kind
Mm-hmm.
of doing a poor job of imitating its understanding. But when you send through the bringer of the morning, you get this confusion back from the creature, and it sends back an image of 3 lights. One that's they're all 3 bright, but one that is smaller, one that looks like the sun, and then one that is this sort of massive light, sort of out of the corner of your eye that you see. You
Mm-hmm.
give this sensation of it sends back a question like there are 3 powerful bright
Mm-hmm.
lights, and you can sense that it's sort of like gesturing towards the smallest of them, like almost like this
Mm-hmm.
is asking for confirmation. Like, is this what you
Yeah.
mean?
Yeah, I would say yeah. That's what I mean.
And you sense that sort of wave of that same sort of pleasure, like the acknowledgement of something important, and it goes from the creature, sends this sort of rippling effect through the others, and you get this sort of tremor in the Formian's mind, like it's trying to reach out, and then you can feel this something else that's it's interfering with that sensation, and then this darkness covers its mind, and the communication is cut. You got for a second there, like it was trying to maybe not
Mm-hmm.
resist, but trying to understand, and then it was beaten down.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I hate it. Okay. Um, I really don't want to attack it. This special boy.
This is a thing that exists in the campaign world, both mechanically and otherwise. Of non-lethal does exist.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna do yes. Oh, can I do non-lethal with like psychic stuff? I know
Mhm.
psychic's not even gonna really hurt it anyway. Okay, but yeah, for sure non-lethal. So I'm gonna do void shard and I'm gonna augment it 1. Um so I'm gonna do it here. So if you get wait, here. And she gets no wait, hang on. There was a way to do it.
Like, you should be able to draw a rectangle like I did,
Right,
holding down
right.
Shift will
Okay. Tangle.
like that.
Yep. But it's burst 3.
Yep. But
Okay,
it's easy for me to just go burst 3 from this.
gotcha. Sure.
But it doesn't have like a zone or anything, right? It's just
No.
cool. All right. I assume you have an implement that makes you not provoke. Yes.
Yes.
Cool. Carry on.
So it pulls the target's 3 squares.
Uh, so there and just here. Here.
Yeah.
It is a hit on all 3.
Yep.
Do you want any of them to be in the origin square? Because it can pull to the middle.
Yeah, sure. Put the little guy in the origin square.
Okay.
Okay. And so then I can use Void Shard attack as a free action. And I will not augment it.
All right. Closest burst tree centered on the square the shard occupies. Fortitude 26, 24, 32. Let's see. That is going to be miss. Oops, wrong button. This is fortitude again. Miss. So miss, hit. So you hit the will bearer and you miss the other two.
Okay. And so a question I have about this, do I also get to use this again at the start of my next turn? Or is this instead?
I think that is instead. I think that's when you have to use this attack. Let me look at Void Shard real quick.
Yeah.
New buttons, new abilities. Oh, yes. So you have to if you do not augment it,
Yeah.
you have to wait until your turn starts.
Right.
So it is not going to be an attack that happens now. You'll re-roll it when it happens, unless you augment it, and then it will do it. But it's an augment 4, so it's a pretty hefty cost. So are
Wait.
you augmenting it to happen now, or are you going to wait until start of your next turn?
No, so you augment Void Shard 1,
Mm-hmm.
and that conjures it, and it uses the Void Shard attack power as a free action.
Right. And
Or
so if
should
you
I
look
just
at the way that the Void Shard attack power is indented, basically
Uh-huh.
it's if you don't augment it, it hits each creature in the burst, does intelligent damage, hit, yada, and then special is you can only use this as a free action on your turn. And then below it says augment 4, and then it's not indented, which means it replaces all the stuff above it. So it doesn't have the special line if you augment 4. So you could do it immediately if you do it. So that's the benefit of augmenting is it happens right now instead of at the start of your next turn. Does that make sense?
I don't know. So then what is the point of augment 1 on the first one?
It uses Void Shard attack power. Oh, maybe no. I might be. So it gives you both options. So you could spend one. You could spend 0, 1, or 5 power points on this. But you are
Okay.
correct. It does work with the other one as well.
But so
Because-
if I spent 1 and then I spent 0 on the attack, but I only get attack 1 time. There's no situation where I could get the attack on this turn and also next turn.
Let me read this power again. I think it start of your next
'Cause it
turn it disappears, and you use the Void Shard, and you use the Void Shard attack power.
but then for augment 1, it doesn't say it uses it and the thing disappears.
Correct. So you augment 1 gives you smack. Augment 5 will give you a bigger hit now and a hit at the start.
Okay, we could talk about this later. I'm a little confused. I was confused about this before and I forgot to ask you.
It's
Okay.
all good. The short
Uh,
version is you do get a hit now, and then when it gets to the start of your turn, you can choose whether to augment it again or not.
but could I unaugment it and still get the 1d8?
Yes. So here are your
Okay.
options. You conjure the thing, you
Uh-huh.
spend no augment on it, and you spend no augmented on it when it starts your turn. That means you
Yep.
conjure it, and then you have to use it as your first action on your next turn. You can
Yes.
augment it 1, you summon it, it attacks immediately, and then when it gets to your turn, you can either do an augment 0 or you can do the augment 4.
Okay. All right. That's what I thought. Okay, cool. Yeah, so I'll do no augment now and then I will also use it next on the start of my next turn. And then
Gotcha.
I think that's all I can do. Cuz I didn't move. I'm going to shift 1 just to raise my AC and then I'll move the chicken. My speed is 6.
Can you shift one down?
Yeah.
Because
There.
I feel like, well, I guess it doesn't really matter. I was worried about the Myrmidon just running over and smacking us all again.
Oh.
He is immobilized, for the record.
Never mind.
Griffle, it is your turn.
So I can hit him because I can, because reach.
Yep.
So I am going to offhand strike him.
Okay. 30 AC. Do you have combat advantage for any reason? I don't think so.
No.
So 30 AC is unfortunately a miss.
A miss? Okay, that's fine. And then I'm gonna lay hopefully a twin strike. Because I can't do shit. Damn.
2 misses, unfortunately.
11.
Save against your prone, please.
Yes. Rip.
I'm gonna let you re-roll that. I think.
Thank
I can do
you.
that, right? Where's the? Oh my gosh! I take it back. You do not. Get... Where's the
I'm
button?
sorry.
Oh, this one. There we go.
All right. Sorry, Griffle.
Why is her prone a save, not a just stand up?
She
Because
is
of the ability.
Yeah, the ability is you. What she's trying to save against is you cannot stand. So the ability is you get knocked prone and you cannot stand save ends. So she's not prone save ends. She's prone, but she can't stand up until she saves against the thing that stops her from standing up.
You guys hear Griffle muttering about, like, I really need to lay off the pastries.
So this guy from the bottom is going to charge in from an alleyway. After 1.
How many of these fuckers are there?
6.
They're now all on the map. So 21 AC against 1, which I believe is a miss.
Miss.
And then the last of the guys climbs up out of the tunnel. And then he's going to charge. Yeah, he's going to charge over here. 1. Can you get that right? Yes, he can. And charging your beat. 33 against AC, which we've established does
Wow.
hit Drock.
All right.
5.
Just throw his ass away.
Also a pretty solid hit. So 30 points of psychic damage as well.
Yeah, that hurts.
And he'll actually do the extra square move I do there. If it's hard, if your token is annoying down there, I'm gonna make the map one bigger just to.
Yeah, Drock just gets flung off the map. It's all good.
I'm making the map a little bit bigger because I know tokens in the bottom of the map sometimes are very obnoxious to actually click your abilities. Top of the order.
Can I see Drock, or is he behind shit?
He is obscured. He's behind a barrier, so there's some old piece of technology between you.
Oh, but a burst could still hit him.
No, he is. You do not kind of affect him because the.
Oh, but he's gonna stand up, so it's okay.
I stand up. Okay. So we did see some sort of effect when the Summer Queen and Clotho was brought up, right?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, it did. It did cause the Myrmidon to do something, but it got washed away very quickly.
All right. I think I don't remember what buttons are what. All right. Cool. I am going to use my Triptychos Daily then, and use the light of the Summer Queen, and hopefully get them to kind of like back off and get some more defense.
Cool. I will note that when you do that, none of the creatures react to the very bright light.
Seriously?
Oh. Are they blind?
They're not blind, but they probably have some sort of sense that is not sight that allows them to see.
Can they feel the warmth of the light?
Not
Yeah.
from over there.
You're still gonna, for the record, you're still mechanically going to get the AC bonuses, right? Like you still get the bonuses regardless. But I'm making it clear that different creatures react very differently to summer light. These things don't react negatively to it at all.
I wasn't hoping for negative. I was hoping that they'd like see that we are associated, because like I thought one almost got through, so I'm trying to reinforce we're with the Summer Queen. That was my thought anyway.
I feel like I got through, but then Tari like took manual control, took manual override.
Yeah, but sometimes you can just keep poking the same thing works, right?
Yeah, totally.
And I will say, you've used the power. If you want to try to do another thing to get through to him, he clearly has native telepathy, does not have a problem opening telepathy up to you. So your character is psionic and also familiar enough with psionics that if you wanted to try to restart the conversation that she had where she was pushing through, you could do so. I'm just letting you know that if you're going to try to keep penetrating through, it's going to mechanically take an action from you. You need to tell me what that action is and what you're doing to try to keep hammering on that thing to try to break through.
Yeah, I didn't really have any ideas other than the light to show her. But that's fine. So standing up is my move action, right?
Correct.
Okay, let's use my new one, which is Lost. This one? Give me 1 sec. I need to remember what the augments do. Okay, yeah. I think I'll try this. So psionic speed, augment 1. I don't think I have any attack or damage bonuses. There will be a damage bonus to the guard, the main guard, if I hit, because it's bloodied. So I'm going to go for the Willbearer, the main guard, and the Scytheman 2. Those 3. And I'm going to try and get here, hit, shift, up, and then up here is kind of my goal. And of course I did that talking to myself, so...
I'm muted as well. How are you getting there is my question for you.
Oh, that one doesn't move me. Never mind.
You have your action point still, so your action point will get you moved around, but psionic speed by itself does not give you movement.
Yeah, I was thinking wrong. Which really sucks, because I rolled really well, guys.
I'll be honest, I feel like you should action point just so one of us can heal you.
Yeah.
I feel like that might work. Oh my word.
Oh crap, that's a giant wall of text.
Oh, things to remember.
I didn't even click that. I'm nowhere near that
I
button.
I did. I was
Right.
curious what the button did.
Oh, yeah, it tells me all
I
the
didn't
things.
realize it was going to send me a giant block of text.
Yeah, those are all the things
He's got
I'm
a lot of
supposed
things
to
to
remember.
remember.
Yeah.
I assumed your action point would be in there, but it's not.
No, I have a button for the action point. I'm. Actually, that's a good question. What does my action point do? Oh.
I don't know. Is it a thing that should be remembered?
Yeah, probably. But there's a button for it specifically, so.
Yeah, I have one too.
I can shift
You don't
4.
need things to remember if you make a cheat sheet like I got.
My things to remember is my cheat sheet. It's just bad.
Very bad.
Man, I don't know. You pushed me so far out of combat.
And that was their goal. So I was like, as someone who's played a Quicksilver Demon before, you have Rebounding Dance still.
That
if
is
you
the
wanna
one
try
I'm
to-
contemplating right now. Yep. Yeah. I'm just again trying to remember what the augments do because it's been so long.
It's basically giving you giving them a penalty to defenses
Yeah.
and giving you concealment.
All right, then I'm gonna do the Quicksilver or the Rebounding Dance augment 2. I think.
Okay.
Take off talking to myself. So if I roll good,
Who are your two targets?
the Scytheman and the guard.
Okay. Where are you going? You get move 10. So
All right, yeah, right between them.
okay. So hit on both of them, -2 to both their defenses.
And the hit on the guard will be +2 for Gauntlets of Blood.
And some amount from gang up.
No, he has guys beside him, so that one doesn't happen.
Gotcha. All right. Damage is all marked. Their penalty to defenses and things are marked. Anything else from you, sir? You've used move, free action, and standard action. You have a minor, and if you choose to use an action point remaining.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and mark him again. So Battle Mind's Demand. I mean, why not, right?
He's not marked.
Sigh. I don't think there's anything else I can do, so I'm good. For
You
now.
can only ignore me so much.
Right?
He disagrees. Well, he's got 2 targets in reach. So the question is,
Kill the bird.
does he?
Griffle's in reach.
Ooh.
Oh wow, that is so much better than I thought it was. Okay.
Like
It's
the
a
way he
straightforward
speaks.
combat, guys. You'll just lose.
Yeah.
Ugh. Michael, I know you're not feeling well, but I think we could beat it before 9 o'clock.
Mhm.
He is going to soul strike on one of many. So he is going to teleport to here.
Mhm.
Oh my fucking! You're so lame.
Wait, what?
Is that a melee attack?
It is a melee attack.
But he can teleport?
This ability can teleport. He doesn't have native teleport, but he has an ability with teleport.
missed
This
it.
is so. You just ruined my entire happy joy.
I know I
So-
grouped him up so nice.
So his comment. Hang on. Hard to read with that specific ability if combat advantage is included. Hang on. So his normal bonus is okay, it is included. Okay, so a miss. So 24 misses you, right?
Yes, it does.
Cool. That is it for his turn though. He's gonna attempt to save out of the immobilize. He's not immobilized.
Ooh, however.
Something happens to him when he successfully saves.
Yep.
This warlock nonsense.
36 versus Will.
That hits.
Okay. So that'll be 22 plus 10 is 32 damage.
Okay. He takes a
And-
little bit of that.
And I will immobilize this guy.
He does. He takes reduced damage even with thunder. Does he resist thunder?
It's only crit when it's
Uh,
thunder, or it's only crit when
Oh,
it's
sorry.
Yeah, it's lightning and psychic. And
Got it.
necrotic.
It's lightning and psychic right now.
Yeah.
Okay, then he would take full damage. He does not resist lightning.
Yeah.
What the ability doesn't say that it's lightning and psychic. It just says psychic. Damage-
Yeah, Morin.
But all my attacks are lightning.
Okay. All right.
Unless I say that they're thunder.
Filibuster, you're up.
I can't believe you moved that guy. I'm so mad about it.
I didn't.
No,
I
that's
did
okay.
not remember that he had that soul strike power. So
1 second. Can he hit me if I move?
I mean, he has threatening reach, and you're within his reach, so probably.
But he can only do it once, right?
You've only seen him attack once from provoking.
Well, here's a question: if I move and get hit, he doesn't stop me from moving, right?
Correct.
Yeah, I don't care. Just making sure.
Do you have Boots the Fencing Master?
No. What boots do I have?
Stops in the middle of combat. What the fuck am I wearing in my feet?
Well, boots of dancing. What's this one? Oh,
What's that do?
wait, what's
Plus
the?
5 to diplomacy checks when in a bar.
You do not grant
Alright.
combat advantage when you're. Okay, I apologize. I know my plan now. I'm gonna provoke. I'm gonna move there.
Okay. So I'm attacking Filibuster from the attack. If no one interrupts me, I'm gonna continue making my attack.
Oh, can I interrupt a ways?
Do
Yeah,
you
you
want
can lightning
to?
rush over.
Oh wait! Before I move, since I knew I was gonna provoke, I'm gonna be really smart, and I'm gonna give Drock a healing word. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Here
You're
you
within
go.
range before you move, so it's fine.
Heal 9 plus healing surge, and then take +2 to attack.
And also, you can either.
Oh, and
move-
also probably take +2 to AC if you want.
If you feel like it.
Yeah, I'll take all those things. So I get sorry. So this gives me oh wow. So +2 to attack and +2 to AC and reflex.
Yep.
Yeah. Plus the healing.
All right. So Drock,
Okay,
are
then
you
I
gonna
move.
do a rush?
Yeah, all attacking me. 1 second. I just got so the end of so the +2
You're
is all
provoking an
end of his turn though, right?
It's their next turn, as in you.
Yeah. Yep.
So you have that for quite a while.
So because you're moving away and you provoke, I also get to attack you.
Yeah, 1 sec, because I don't even know. I'll have +8 defense for that. So sure. Go for it.
Whatever.
So he misses.
All right, and then I'm gonna lightning rush. If I can find my buttons again. And now I get gang up. Do I get flanking from 1?
No.
No.
If
You
I
could-
was up a square, would I?
You would need to be in the square directly below Filibuster to get flanking.
Can I go there from where I was?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm gonna go there.
Okay. He's gonna opportunity attack you when you do that, but yeah, go ahead.
Sure.
Yeah. I guess it doesn't really matter. He's got the
It-
+8.
Yeah, it's +8.
Unless you get crit, smile.
So 34 misses. Go ahead.
Whew, 42.
Crit on him.
Ooh,
So
Back, baby.
55.
It's so stupid. You're playing a stupid character.
That hurts.
Wow.
Why is it a stupid character?
It's stupid in a good way.
All right. And then he's going to actually complete his OA on you that you just redirected. Now, 2 things that are of note. You just found out that he can OA multiple targets in a turn. And now he's going to complete his attack. So that doesn't get your bonuses, but 24 doesn't hit you.
Well, it gets the +4 for my weapon bonus, not the other +4.
Right. But 24 wouldn't hit you regardless.
Yeah.
Filibuster, please continue your turn.
Okay. And then I will do that new ability that I was talking about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay. Oh, what's it called? There it is. There it is.
Dread something?
Yeah, it's deadly doubt.
Deadly.
Damage bonus is actually 0. It's attacked 5. That is a miss on the Myrmidon, of course. But a hit on maybe a hit on everything else.
I don't know where you're making this attack. Can you help me?
It's
Can you
a
tell the
burst, Gary.
It is a
Blast.
blast,
1, 2.
Michael.
Lance.
Oh, wait, doesn't that mean it's centered on me though?
No, that's a burst is centered on you. A blast is like a blast
Fuck! I'm so
Where?
stupid.
is
You can't-
directional.
Oh, well then, I'm too stupid for this.
I think you just look at 4 of them.
Well, I wouldn't have moved then.
Oh, well,
Okay, well,
can't
you
can't
can take
help
that
you
back. But there's your box. So you could hit those 2, or you could hit. Assuming you can move slightly differently, like it's basically those 3 or these 2 are your options.
This game sucks.
Reading. is
I
hard.
thought it was a burst, and I was so excited. It's way worse now.
It also did 0 damage, so
Yeah, it's a broken macro in addition to that stuff. But what's
Oh, there's
more
an
important is
extra.
I need
There's
to
an
know
extra
your
plus
attack
in there. Let's hit the guys on the right.
Okay.
Oh wait, no. We should get rid of the Myrmidon, right? Team, what do you think?
This gives a bonus to attacks. Is that right?
Yeah.
That does.
We should get rid of the Myrmidon, and we're using non-lethal, and the concept was if we kill him, other things get abilities. If we use non-lethal, would that still happen? Do we know?
Mechanically, yes. It is reduced. You still reduce him to the 0 hit points.
Actually, Gary, can I move one here and then send it to the right and hit 3? Now that I've
No.
No.
they still have to fit in the box.
and where's the box?
The green
Give me
box.
my own box that I can control.
You can draw your own.
No, let's do the original plan. Okay, I'll go down then.
Okay.
I apologize. Okay, 30 versus Will.
30 versus the Myrmidon's will connect.
Okay.
And 35 versus the Formian's will also connect.
Okay.
And I need the damage is 8 plus 15, so 23 psychic.
Yes, that's correct. Let me fix that.
And is it all psychic?
Yeah. I guess it is.
Uh,
I don't think my
almost
sphere
none-
does anything like that, right?
Yeah, I don't think so either. Almost none of that damage penetrates the Myrmidon's guard's defenses. He has resist 20 psychic, so it didn't really harm him at all. I mean, it did 3. But the other Formian does not have those sorts of defenses, and so he takes 18.
Why did I take this ability? I'm trying to remember my reasoning. Maybe it is good. I'm
I
just
think you
bad.
misread it. Is my
Like
Deadly doubt
I-
from Gary right there.
I mean, if it was a close burst, it would be way better than a close blast.
Oh, I see why that macro broke, because I put in a blank instead of a 0. It's actually correct.
Okay.
That makes sense.
So he has weird ass effect on him. Okay.
That's move minor
See?
standard.
Maureen, you're up.
okay, so if I hit the Myrmidon or the Scytheman, I'm getting a +2. No, +3 to their attacks.
It does have to
Yeah.
hit, so it's actually +3 to the bottom guy.
+3 to.
Whoever
To the side.
attacks either of them first gets +3 to hit.
Oh, it's both?
It's both of them.
Yeah, because you hit.
Oh,
you
okay.
hit both of them.
Yeah, okay. That's what confused me.
And if
Okay.
it's
Yeah,
hit
so
again,
like if you hit the Myrmidon and one hit the Scytheman, you would both get +3.
Right. Okay. Um, that will be irrelevant in just a second. So I'm going to teleport
as I kill
1,
one.
2, 3, 4 squares. I'm then going to curse this
Okay.
Scytheman down here.
Are you using the ability to do that? Because he's not the closest.
Oh, he's not. Then
Could you
whoever's
do it
closest.
before you? Could you do it before you teleport?
You
Who-
could.
I don't think that it matters because I cursed 2 targets. So I'll curse the closest and the other Scytheman.
Gotcha.
Right?
Oh, yep.
Yeah, because this one is closer, but I can curse 2. Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to let me see. Let me see. What happens when I push this button? Okay. 1, 2.
Also, we can finish this before the end of the time, was also me removing some monsters and assuming we didn't have Griffle.
Wow.
Because it would have been I
Okay,
wouldn't say easier combat, but shorter with one less person and
I'm gonna
less
action point.
monsters. Cool.
Action pointing is important because the size of any close burst attack now increases by 1.
Mm.
So I'm going to rolling echo.
I was like, is there an echo in here?
There's an echo in here. Echo. They're all on the ground. I'm hitting 3 targets. I get a
Is there a reason you
plus.
only want to hit 3? Could you only teleport 4?
I could only teleport 4.
That's the reason you're only hitting 2. 3.
Yeah.
Carry on.
So the first one I don't have an attack modifier against. The
Mhm.
second one I have +3 and prime shot, which is another +1,
Mhm.
and I'm concealed to it and it's cursed. So
You are
that's
not concealed to it, but yes.
well, I teleported.
Yep, it doesn't care.
It doesn't use its eyeballs to see.
Okay. Hold on a second. So which one does not use eyeballs?
Yes.
Any
All
of
of them.
them. They're
Yes.
bugs.
Okay. So +3 and 4 for prime shot. Number 3 is on the ground. Okay. Okay, so I hit the Scytheman 33 versus Fortitude, maybe?
Oh yeah, easy.
Okay. Then I crit on the Myrmidon
Okay.
and a
And
23 versus Fortitude on the
then the question
Scytheman.
is, are you choosing to do non-lethal?
No.
Yes.
Why?
Because they're sweet little bugs who are being forced to attack us by an evil vampire.
Do we know that?
Yeah, they're a gentle hive mind.
And in all of Morin's experience, hive minds are bad.
But these are
The reason
fae.
I'm making this point is 2 of the other players did spend time trying to break through to this guy and then said, "Oh, we can do non-lethal."
All
I'm
right,
not
fine.
saying you can't do that. I'm saying if you're not, that was I think the assumption that people in the party were making.
Yeah. I will
I
do
mean-
non-lethal because
If you want to do lethal as a choice, that's fine. But one was trying to talk to it and was able to talk to it.
so non-lethal, does that proc my curse though?
Yeah, it
And
still
everything?
reduces your hit points and it's still going to trigger
Okay.
the flames
So
on.
then the other 2, the Wheelbarrow 1 and the Scytheman 2 are now cursed. Because of I have a button for that.
Here, 3. The other guy took 3 as well.
And 23 versus Fortitude does not hit, right?
It does not.
Okay. So then Scytheman 3 is going to take an additional 11 damage.
Okay.
I do have a standard action remaining. So I'm going to upsetting onslaught against Formian Scytheman 3. He's on the ground. Don't have conceal. Do I still get a +3 against him? No, not Scytheman 3.
No.
Not Scytheman. Then
You
I'll
also
hit
wouldn't get it against one because you already used it.
He's just doing a single attack, I think, right now. Onslaught.
and I will use my Dark Reaping if it hits.
23 is hitting against Will, and it's not going to connect on him.
Not gonna. Okay. And that'll be it for me.
This guy down here is also dazed from that other ability. And Will Bear number 2. He has already used his main power, but he now has the Queen Zone. He can use Righteousness, right? Yes. Oh. There, it looks like. Yep. He's going to go here, and then he's going to shoot. So he gathers up energy. You can, I don't know if you want to zoom in on this token, what this guy looks like. Let me. So he's holding this strange device in one hand that has these sort of projections of stuff, like looks like projections of illusions on it. And he will gesture with that towards you and shoot out a light of like a beam of radiant energy at Morin and Griffle. So he's going to take a -2 to hit against Griffle because she is prone.
And -2 against me, yes? Or does he have like blindside or whatever? Or tremor sense?
He does not, so he will also take a -2 against you. So let me fix
And this is number 2 that's attacking?
yes.
Okay.
Oh, so he is at a 0 because he's at +2 to hit. So 24 fortitude against Morin, 23 fortitude against Griffle.
Gonna be a
Yes,
miss.
one of them attacked you, Filibuster.
I mean, that was like on moving though.
Yeah.
So
Nothing
that'll hit.
specifically targeted you out, but sounds like 2 misses, right? Or did that hit
No,
you
no,
more?
no.
Yep.
The 24 will hit my fortitude.
Okay, so 13 radiant and psychic damage, and you are slowed. Slowed save ends. The other Willbear, who is prone in here, is going to stand up. Does not have cool teleport out of bullshit area thing. But he hasn't used his fear power, and there's a bunch of people nearby. So he is going to drop his fear power right in the middle, basically on top of Griffle. To hit everybody. It's like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So draw the thing on Griffle.
It's burst.
Area burst 3 and 10. So it's on top of Griffle and hitting the whole party.
I will do Bastion. Nope,
Or Bastion.
Bastion.
Can you mark Willbearer 1 and Scytheman 2 as cursed by me?
Sure. Do you have a thing that like curses them?
Well, when I killed the Myrmidon guard, I cursed the 2 nearest targets, which was them.
So not Willbearer 2, but Scytheman. Sorry.
I'm
You
sorry,
probably said it
Willbearer
right.
1 and Scytheman 2. Yeah, yeah. So what's the
so
number? For...
31 Will against Filibuster. And I think Bastion Mental Clarity is going to give everybody a +4 bonus to Will.
It is.
So
You can either do the +4 on your side, but so filibuster looks like it's probably a miss.
It is a miss.
Drop,
So I have
also,
then 4 from Bastion and 4 from Triptychos.
mhm.
And 2 from me.
No,
Oh, wait,
that's
no,
only
that's not
AC,
Will. I lied.
So I'm
I
at
take it back.
28 plus 8 is 36. So I just pass.
So miss and Griffle is the only one that is a maybe. What's so 23 against you, Griffle?
Oh, that's a miss.
Miss. All right, yeah. So he does the thing and misses everything.
Yay.
Hey.
Oh, I'm 30. It was the 30 against me. I was reading the 35, the second one on the second roll.
No.
I was really scared for a minute there.
All right. Yeah. So he goes and stands up and misses everybody and is a little sad about it. He does pull everyone.
Oh,
Pulling you down.
Oh. Push.
Did
It says push.
Is it push? Oh.
It says push.
I
it
put
does
the
say push.
origin- I should have put the origin square over here. I thought it was pull, but so he'd put it over there so he could push you. He wants to push you guys closer. So
Rude.
same thing, just I move the origin square.
Does he have line of effect on that square?
Yes. 'cause
Sorry.
It's this guy. It's 1. Not
Oh,
2.
it's. Oh,
This
I
is-
see. Okay.
And 2 would have line of effect because he made a check to jump up on top of the boxes.
Got it.
Oh. How about that?
Scytheman number 3. He is going to scuttle. And then he is going to Furious Sweep. It is a close blast 2. So that's Drock, Filibuster, and Morin. So he sends out these 2 scything blades that he has attached to those little claws on his arm. And Furious Sweep. 27 AC against Drock, I assume misses. 33 AC on Filibuster probably connects. And then 30.
That is. It says reflex.
Reflex.
I think that misses. Wait. No, it's super hits.
33 reflex? No way.
It's super hits.
Also, Drock, 27, I think, hits your reflex.
So +4 +2, so I'm at 29. So
So yeah.
it would normally, yes.
And then 38 against Morin's reflex, I assume, connects.
Yes.
While Triptychos did not do anything I expected it to do the first time, holy shit, it has saved my ass.
All right, so if
Yeah.
the 3 of you guys, Drock, Filibuster, and Morin, if you could please mark your token as slowed, it'll make my life a little bit easier. And then one of any is your turn.
Yeah. Okay, so I start by doing my Void Shard attack. I'm not going to augment it, so it just
2 targets?
does. It's Close Burst 3 centered on that purple, so it gets all 3 of
Oh,
those
3
guys.
targets. Gotcha.
Yeah.
So miss on 3, hit on 2, I think. Actually, it's 25 versus Fortitude is a miss, unfortunately, and a crit. So miss, crit.
Yeah. Do I get crit damage?
Yeah, crit. Oh yeah, crit everything. They are not aberrant, so you don't get the extra giant ball of damage, but
So additional
uh,
18, and I get a power point.
so 18 and 18, so 36 points of damage.
Okay. And I get my power point back. And
He's prone.
okay, so that was my free action. Then
The power is so awkward, but I feel like it's very powerful.
I know. I like when I was looking at new powers, this one was like not recommended by anything. Like it didn't show up anywhere. But I was like,
But
this
it seems
seems really
amazing.
badass. Yeah. Like it groups them up. That's what I always want to have happen. I guess I'm just gonna dishearten the Scytheman and the Will Bearer. So yeah, I'll just dishearten right there. And I'll augment 2. Can I use my dice of auspicious fortune? Do I have to use it before I know?
Yes, you have to use it before you attack. You say, I'm going to use one of this result on my die for whatever person.
Okay, no worries then. Yeah, that's fine. Okay, so 21, I imagine, misses. And 27.
Yeah, 21 on the will bearer definitely misses. His will is not bad, as you might imagine.
Makes sense.
He bears it.
27 definitely hits. So
He bears it.
22 psychic, and it is all psychic, so 17. That is math. He is bloodied, which triggers Queen's Own.
Well, it also takes a -7 to its attack roll, though.
Also, is that +2 stack?
Yes, it does.
Oh.
All right.
And then I will shift 1. And then, Moran, do you have an enemy that you want to be considered your nearest enemy?
I guess probably the Scytheman 2, because he's bloodied. I'll try to finish him off, I guess.
Okay. I'll go like this with my chicken.
All right. Griffle,
That's
you're
it.
up.
Hi. So I can crawl, right?
You can crawl. You are also in range of Formian Scytheman number 1 if you wish to attack.
I am.
It's awkward to see, but he has reached 2 away from you.
How far can I crawl?
2 squares. Actually, no,
2
you can crawl half your speed, but I think your speed is 5.
Okay. I think I fixed that though, didn't I? Didn't I? Yeah, I fixed that. My speed is 6.
Okay, so yeah, you can crawl 3 squares.
Because I think I took the. I don't remember what I took. I took something. Either way. So if I were to do attacks on the run, my move speed, I could do it, but my move speed would just be 3, right?
I think so.
Because it says you move your speed, make 2 attacks.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So if I lay 1 attack into this guy and then crawl to here and another into this guy,
Mm-hmm.
that's valid?
Yep.
Cool. All right. So before I do that, I just wanted to make sure the move was valid before I actually execute it. Before I do that, I want to quarry this one because it's my nearest target.
Okay.
I'll put my green on
Got
me. And so that's my minor, and then my move down to another minor. I've already used offhand, but I do still have ruffling sting, so I'd like to ruffling sting this dude before
Okay.
I go into. So
You have combat advantage, but you're prone, so +2 -2. 0.
oh, why do do I have CA on anything else?
I don't think so. You have CA on him because he is dazed.
Oh, okay. Well, in that case, then I don't need to do a ruffling sting on him. I might save it. Because the whole point of it is just to get CA on him. Okay, so attacks on the run. Where are we? Where is it? Oh,
Oof,
those are better rolls.
solid.
The
So
30's probably still not going to hit that.
30 is gonna hit, yeah.
Oh,
Those are
nice.
both
Okay, so
solid hits.
yeah.
I mean, the guy with the crazy AC is the one that's gone.
Okay.
You are also no longer marked conscious. If you have the yellow 1 on you,
Could you remove that, please? Because you're not unconscious anymore.
No, I don't have it.
I have the yellow one. What is it again?
Just take it off because it's the mark from the Myrmidon, but
From the dead guy.
yeah, he is unconscious, so he's
being
not marked.
unconscious.
Do I still have the savings can't stand up thing?
Yes, unfortunately.
Thought so.
Rain 49. The other guys.
And then as a minor action, I will. Oh, I should have healed myself first. I'm such a doofus. Okay.
Worth noting that you did additional damage to the wheelbearer.
Okay.
1 extra point.
Is it undead?
It is.
Ah, nice. That's the first time that's happened.
In a while. Yeah. Been a minute.
All right, that puts me back up to full, I think. Right? Yeah, it does.
Okay.
85 puts me to full.
Is your turn? Unless you want to action.
No, that's I'm all done.
Sorry.
Gary, since it's
Yes.
coming up end of session, I'm starting to fade. Is it all right if I drop out now?
Yeah.
So-
It might matter for attrition purposes, or I would call the combat because I feel like you guys are unlikely to die. Do you mind if the group controls your character?
No, that's fine. I think from this point on, like, it's mostly just going to be MBAs and twin strikes from here on out.
Alternatively, since we have probably about 30 minutes left of the combat, would you guys prefer to go 30 minutes over or start next session, in the middle of the action? What is
I
the group?
think I would rather go 30 minutes over, personally.
I could do
Yeah.
either way.
Okay. Well, then, Foxy, I hope you feel better. And we'll talk to you later.
Yeah,
Bye,
sorry, guys.
Foxy. No,
Feel
feel
All
better.
better.
good. Get well.
Glad you can
Okay.
make it for a little bit.
Same. Right. Scytheman, he is immobilized and dazed and all kinds of bad stuff. He can basically just MBA, so that's what he's gonna do. He's gonna MBA on one of any. One of those snapping bardaches. Those
Miss.
pole arm looking appendages. 24 is not the magic number, or you have been hit many, many times in this combat.
If only.
He was immobilized from Morin's thing. Is that the end of his turn, Morin?
It's a save ends.
It's a save ends. Okay, so he
Yep.
needs to save. He is no longer immobilized. Scytheman number 2 is under horrific penalties.
Mhm.
Is not immobilized, but is prone. So will stand to slightly lessen the horrific penalties. Someone want to roll me a saving throw for Griffle? A D20 plus 2. See if she's able to get out of the prone thing. Looks like Morin.
Yeah, I'm not
Uh,
trying.
Morin's on the
me.
case.
And then it's going to swing at Griffle and
He did
probably
it.
miss. Hey, look at that. She's able to stand when it gets to her turn next.
Woohoo.
Oh, however, I actually rolled okay.
Okay, says the 19. So stand up. Ooh. Oh, can't charge anyone. Never mind. It's just going to swing at Griffle with horrifying penalties. So +2 to hit from that, +2 to hit because of combat advantage. Is that +4? But at -9?
7.
Does the 7 include psychic lock?
Yeah.
Okay, I need to change that on the token. It's fine. 24 is once again not the magic number. So he misses. But he's no longer psychic. All right. Top of the round. Drock. The light fades.
End of turn.
End of turn. Oh, carry on.
Yeah. When I if I just want to move over here, can I move through people?
You are slowed, so I'm not sure you can move over there, but yes.
Well, speed 6. Slowed is half, right?
No, slowed is movement speed of 2.
Ah,
Crawl is move half.
I might ruin my whole plan.
Are you high enough level Quicksilver Demon to not give a shit anymore? I don't remember.
The save is end of turn, right?
It is not a save. For first thing. Okay, you're not high enough level, remember.
So what's slow?
You were just slowed until the end of Siphon 3's next turn, but that was the ability I was curious if you had yet, but you did not yet.
Oh, yeah.
There are a couple things that can get you out of slow at the start of your turn, but I don't think you have any of them.
That's what I'm trying. I have the Boots of Free Movement. That's the only one I'm thinking of, but I don't remember.
I think
They're +2 item bonus saving for saving throws.
yeah, but I don't think that there is a I don't think there's a power that lets you get. Yeah, it's
No.
it has to be that a save can end. It has a power that would help, but it's not a save ends.
Yeah. Okay. Well, I'll move over here anyway. Might as well get more in range for next time, and then I guess just use basic power. Sure.
Oh, even
Why not?
Temple of Freedom wasn't do it. Sorry.
So I'm just trying to remember the damage of these two. 1 second. Because my plan was completely ruined.
So good. Their goal is to ruin your plan.
I know, it's just sad. Okay, yeah, I'll just use basic Spectral Legion attack on him.
Okay.
Do I have any attack bonus? No. Is he bloodied?
He is not.
Alright, fine. So just the gang up stuff. Does 24 hit?
Does not.
Magic number? Alright, fine. And I'll do Balmind's Demand, I guess.
Alright. He does not have the ability to ignore that, so
Perfect.
it is not ignored.
That's all.
Card easy to remove from initiative. Phil, you're
Uh, Josh,
Yes.
at the start of your turn, you're just gonna do the reverb thing.
Yes, I am. The echo.
Is it
I
cool if I
rolled. Go ahead.
is it cool if I delay just to see how your turn plays out?
Sure.
Okay, I'm gonna delay.
Echo it up.
All right. I previously rolled, and now I shall echo. So it's just gonna hit Scytheman 3. I was hoping they'd move closer. He's on the ground. Can't see any of the effects on him.
I'll move my token down so you can. I'll put it back.
Thanks. I don't know what the 4 is, but
He has +4 attack.
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's an attack bonus.
all right. So 34 versus Fortitude. Does that hit?
24 fortitude, 34
30.
fortitude definitely hits. Yeah.
Okay, so it'll be 45 lightning, psychic, and thunder damage.
Ow. And he is the only target in range.
Yep.
He is bloodied.
Okay. And now I will.
As you guys can see me moving the attack bonuses around.
Yeah. When do those go away?
I'm going to teleport 1, 2, 3 squares. Boop. I'm going to curse Formy and Wheelbearer 2. Now everything on the board is cursed. And then I'm going to hit... I think I'll hit Formy and Scytheman number 1 with a Hand of Blight. Oh wait, no. I'm gonna hit Formy and Wheelbearer 1 with Hand of Blight because I have Prime Shot.
Okay.
He's standing on the ground, right?
Yep, still is.
Just bloody everything. All these numbers are getting a little ridiculous.
And I'll use my Fell Scoring. Why not?
Also, the code, like the way that I wrote that the trait is terribly worded.
There's a 24 versus Fortitude hit.
I don't believe so. Let me double check. Actually, his fortitude is not good. So yes, 24 hit.
Okay. So it'll be 20 damage, 20 lightning, necrotic, and psychic damage. And he is granting combat advantage until the end of my next turn.
He is bloodied. He has the flag of shame.
And that's it for me.
Filibuster, you're up.
That did not play out as I thought it might. Is the Scytheman still dazed?
Oh, do you want me to push it
Scytheman.
away from you? The Scytheman
No, it's
3?
fine. No, don't worry. I'm probably gonna slide if I need to. Shift. Is
Scytheman,
Gary Scytheman 1?
it is your power that he's dazed from. So
It was the end of its next turn, I believe.
Well, then he shouldn't be dazed at all. So
Until the end of its next turn. Yeah.
he's already taken a turn since all that happened. So
Have
that's
we
fine.
really bloodied or killed 4 things since Scytheman 1 took a turn?
So the coding on it's bad. I will take your turn, and I'm going to try to rewrite the Queen Zone to make it actually representative of how the power works.
Does it stack infinitely?
Okay.
Uh-oh.
Theoretically.
I am going to slide 1 this way. Shift, sorry.
Okay.
Oh man. And then I'm just gonna Thunder of Judgment Scytheman 3, Willbearer 1, and Morin, how worried about Scytheman 1 are you?
Not too worried.
You have 25 health.
Yeah.
Okay. Then I'll do Scytheman 2. So the 3 guys on top. And then I will use Guidance of the Past on my attack roll on Willbearer 1. 13.
So I'm tracking it on my side. Basically, whenever you bloody or kill something, it adds on, and then it'll fall off whenever that creature's turn ends. And if it dies, it's the reason I didn't remove the other guy from the. I didn't delete the token.
Still, I don't understand how you would track that. There's so many things going on. Like, physically track it. I get the principle, but the actual tracking's insane.
Oh, it's. I just marked the token. It makes it easy for me.
Are all of these creatures larger than me?
Yes.
I should have asked that earlier, but that's okay. That is a crit on Willbearer 1. I think he dies.
Does he? He's just barely bloody. How much damage is that? I don't think it does enough damage.
21 plus
No. Has to be more than 21.
31 damage.
31 damage is not enough to kill him.
Well, the damage might be higher because of the weapon we talked about earlier.
The crit.
The
Crit should
crit
go up.
goes up.
So it should go up by 1 die. So whatever your.
Okay.
Give me 1 extra die roll.
26. 5. So 36. Wow. Okay. 30 versus 4 on Scytheman 3.
That hits.
And 30. Okay, and 37 on Scytheman 2.
It's hit easily. 37 is 17. Okay.
And then push. Can he go here?
1, 2, 3. Yeah. Does you want this guy to go here or something?
Yeah, that's perfect.
Cool. Everybody did.
And because I crit, I can heal again. I will heal Morin
Yay.
for the button, which is healing word. Oh wow, that is a very good roll. 11 plus
11 plus my surge.
yes, and then you can get +2 attacks, and then you can also choose to shift or get +2 to AC and reflex, which I'm assuming I know which one you're doing.
Cool.
Team,
Thanks.
is it worth an action point or no?
I feel like we're kind of cleaning things up.
I just
But-
dazed all 3 of those dudes. I don't think they're super threatening now.
Yeah.
Okay, I won't. That is my turn.
Wheelbarrow number 2.
Wait, is this a free action?
Yeah, righteous strike. Is
This-
definitely the answer. Move 1.
Wait. Oh, did I get rid of symbol of victory?
I don't know.
I know I'm asking myself.
He's gonna jump to there, and then righteous strike from here. I didn't see anyone that looks especially injured, so the people who are the most injured are Filibuster and Morin. So those are the 2 targets. Morin, you can tell that this one does seem at the moment to be affected by your concealment.
Question, Gary, before you attack. He's up on something. Can I still lightning rush that or not?
He is 10 feet up, so you'd have to make a check to jump up there. But it's a relatively easy check. It's not a high platform. What are the chances you fail?
Yeah, and take a heal search. What about being slowed? Does that affect it?
It does. I don't. And you are still slowed because it was from forming 3. So you would not be able to get up to him to hit
Okay.
lightning unless you could fly.
I wish.
Can I give you an action point? Hypothetically speaking, yes. Deal 1 to Filibuster. All right. Cool. So shots: Morin and Filibuster. Righteous strike. It's improperly coded. So it should be a 37, which I think still hits against Morin, and 32 against Filibuster.
Yep.
So 18 psychic to Morin. You are now restrained instead of slowed save ends. And then 14 against Filibuster. You are now restrained and slowed.
Who did that attack?
Uh,
Lower bear or 2?
Bear 2.
Target is slowed. I'm already slowed.
Little Bear 1
I'm restrained. How rude.
is.
Wait, was the previous slow save ins, Gary?
No, it was not.
Okay.
The previous slow was from the Scytheman ability.
And how did that end?
Into the end of the Scytheman's next turn, which is coming up. here
Got
in
it.
just a minute.
Okay. Heard.
All right,
Her
Morin,
chief.
when you get a chance, please restrain instead of slow yourself.
Oh yeah, sorry.
Restrain
The restrain
yourself.
is savings. This is for Wilbury. One. He does have his recharges. Yes. Does he care? No, probably not. Is in all this stuff? Is he? Oh, he's dazed. Okay. I think probably charge is the answer. So he's gonna charge with his Morning Star at Drock. But he pulls out a Morning Star and runs in, swinging with his other hand, holding that strange device in one hand. And he's gonna Soulbound Morning Star on Drock. Uh, 37 against AC, I believe, connects.
Yep.
16 points of damage, and he's gonna slide you to there. Hit for him. Formian 3 is going to blast on Drock and Griffle with Furious Sweep. Oops, wrong button. I think there are, at the end of this guy's turn, the attack bonus is 27 and 24. Not good rolls. The natural one obviously misses Griffle on the ground. 27 reflex on Drock.
That will hit.
So 30 points of psychic damage. Right, and the sort of cascading psionic enrage effect, the feeling of the hive being kicked fades as the one that triggered it last was the bloodying of Scytheman number 3. It's his turn. Actually, Scytheman number 3 still has it. That's it. Oh no, he doesn't because it was triggered. No, he is. One of many. You're up.
All right. Um. So I think that I will move my chicken to here,
Okay.
and I will shift to here. And I guess I will dishearten here. And I'm going to use my 1 from my Dice of Auspicious Fortune on Drock.
Okay.
Okay. So I guess that's just the second roll, is how that
Yep.
works?
So you say I replace the second roll on this with the 1.
Okay. I replace the second roll. Do you guys think there's a preference between if we get the 2 Scythemans versus the Willbearer?
Not really.
Okay. All right, so I'll do the 2 Scythemans.
I will say the Scytheman number 3 is the only one that doesn't have their attack bonus reset. So it's the only one
Yeah.
with the big attack bonus right now.
Okay, cool. All right, so dishearten with a 1 on Drock. And I'll augment to...
The 33 hits, the 1 does not. So 22 psychic damage, 17 psychic to that guy, and horrible sadness.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay. think that's really. Let's see what. So, Drock has 21 hit points.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna use Healing Spirit.
Learn how the
Um,
button works.
I'm gonna learn how this button works. Where did it go? Here it is. Pew. Ooh. So the target, someone needs to spend a healing surge. It could be me. If the target does so, one ally adjacent. Oh, sorry, I should have put my spirit companion here.
Well, here's the thing.
What?
If you're healing Drock,
Yeah.
he'll get the healing surge,
Yes.
and then some person who's not Drock will get the extra 16. So if you left him back here, you'd be able to heal one of them for 16.
But don't we want to give? Oh, they don't get the 16 and a healing surge.
Right.
Okay, yeah, so I did do that. Okay, I second guessed myself. So Drock, you get to spend a healing surge.
Yep.
Okay, and now either Morin or Philly, you two decide. One of you gets 16 hit points.
Morin is flimsy. He can have it.
Okay. All right. Okay. You have been healed by sharp prey. Congratulations.
I like this chicken.
It's my turn.
All right. Griffle.
All right.
I'm assuming Griffle is going to stand up. Has combat advantage on a bunch of stuff, so doesn't really have a reason to ruffling sting. Do you want her to try to take down the Willbearer 1 or go after something else?
Can she split up the twin strike?
She can, but she usually doesn't.
Oh,
She
okay.
wants to take something down.
Oh,
The
Scytheman
Wilbear
2
one seems smart.
doesn't have the 5 anymore.
That's correct.
So I will say it's easier for me to hit with Hand of Blight on the Wheelbearers than the Scythemen.
Do you
So
go
she-
before the Scytheman goes? You do.
So 1 and
No. Well, I go
1 and
before 1 and 2, but not.
1 and 2 are about to go. So maybe she could kill 2 because it's bloodied.
Can't get to
Yeah.
2. So the choices right now are between these two targets.
Oh,
Because those are
Oh,
the
'cause
only two
she's-
she can get to. She had to stand up.
but doesn't she have
Oh.
threatening? Oh, but she
She
can't.
got, she got reach, but not reach 3.
I see.
I would say
Scytheman, I guess.
Scytheman's probably better.
Okay. Wind strike away. Or alternatively, she could also pure glow and hit the whole board.
That sounds sick. That's an encounter power.
It is encounter power.
Yeah, do that.
Oh, yeah.
Look at that.
Oh, if it's encounter, sure.
2. Nope, that's wrong. 4. There we go.
See, this is what I thought my power was.
Burst 5.
Yeah.
Yeah. 23 will is actually higher because combination that hits. So that is 1, 2, 3, 4 hits. 4 hits. Not a lot of damage.
Why
doesn't-
this
why
get
is
used at
it-
start of combat?
Well, everything wasn't grouped up as it is now at the beginning of combat.
They weren't on the board in the beginning of combat.
And it's birth. Yeah.
She
So
doesn't
Griffle was
often
on the
find herself
ground.
in the middle of the map with a bunch of people around her. Right. Cool. That's pure glow.
Cool.
And you wanted her to attack the Scytheman if she was gonna single target something?
Yeah.
I guess
Yeah.
so. Sure.
All right, so she'll ruffling sting on the Scytheman because there's no reason not to. 36 for 24.
Nice.
Oh, damn it.
What?
I removed him from initiative.
Needs to keep the token for tracking all the other shenanigans.
Yeah.
Oh,
I meant to. I have to put the token on the other layer when I do that, and I messed it up because I was piloting a PC. It's a little hard to play both sides of the combat. Keep track.
Yeah, you're on our team now, Gary. Come on.
I mean, I'm generally for you guys, anyways. But yeah, there are two people in a blast. Do the thing. Shift up. He's got his curse and Corey. Either of those. Sweep.
sweet.
And plus two to hit.
Yo.
The first target is filibuster. Second target is one of many. So 32 reflex against filibuster and 34 reflex against one of many.
Can I be slowed
Uh,
and restrained?
You can be
Yes.
slowed and restrained.
That will hit me. 18
Yeah, you might-
damage.
Yep.
'Kay.
That's it for him.
Which is the one that slowed me?
The one that died.
That was the one that died, number 3. So you're gonna be slowed for a long time. You're gonna be slowed until one of many's initiative.
Slowed until the cows come home.
He is dazed, so he's just gonna swing reach at Drock. Plus 2 to hit. 24, still not the magic number. Does not help him. And Drock, you're up.
All right. And I can only move 2 still, right?
Yes, because you continue to be attacked by these dudes that slow.
All right. I think I can still do this. I'm going to use Psionic Speed. Augment 1.
Okay.
I don't have... Do I have... Well, whatever. The attack bonus we'll figure out later. The first 2 are bloodied, so we'll have to add for that, and they all get gang up. So 2 more damage chain of the blood targets, and then basically I'm going to shift and shift.
So you will not be adjacent to number 2 if you are there, because he is up on the. He's 2 squares up.
Fine.
Up
I'll
and
just
up.
shift here. I keep forgetting that. You're absolutely right. Just keep forgetting.
It's also harder to see with pure glow going on.
Yeah.
Oh shit, pure glow is going on. Hang on. Damage. Must use stick damage. 10 damage. And who was the other guy that went? Let's get down here. Sorry, please continue.
Yeah.
Sonic Speed. 2 solid hits for 20 and 12. It looks like.
Plus 2 on each. For bloodied. I didn't include it because I thought the third guy was going to be part of it, but. So 14 to the second guy, I guess.
14 to the second guy. Okay.
Mhm.
All right, so you killed one. The other one is injured. Anything else?
Yeah, I'll do.
It is worth noting that when you do the finishing blow on the wheelbearer, I am even if you had previously said something about non-lethal to these creatures, when you strike down the wheelbearer, it just crumbles apart like it's made out of ash.
Mm.
Oh, because it's undead.
It is undead.
Yeah, fair enough. I will
Cannot kill that which is already dead.
Yeah, I will mark the wheelbearer 2 actually.
Sure. All right. So basically, you guys are gonna pretty quickly wrap up this combat. The question is only whether this last wheelbearer gets a solid swing at somebody. So what I'm going to do is go ahead and resolve the Willbearer's attack, and then end the combat because I don't think you can kill him before he gets to act. So he is going to rain blows down on Filibuster and Drock to try to take them out. So he's going to Righteous Strike on those two targets, and then combat will be over.
On Philly and Drock?
Yes, Philly and Drock. Just trying
Sweet
to
Philly.
take down the injured things. It is a range-
Would
it's a
Griffle
range-
have used Healing Word on someone?
She has already
Namely
used
me.
one.
On who?
She's on herself.
Oh.
Could Drockmore and Filibuster and Radiant Aura not kill the Willbearer?
I don't think so because he's almost at full health. He's only
Okay.
taking damage from Pure Glow.
Okay.
So, bit of a DM hand tip, but he's got 110 hit points left. Like,
Also, I would not have targeted him. I would have targeted the Scytheman for sure,
Mm.
taken him
Mhm.
out. So I wouldn't have even attacked, to be fair.
so yeah, 4 and 4. Oop. 6 and 4. So the attack bonus on Drock is going to be wrong. So it's 2 less. So 30 versus Fortitude. I still believe hits Drock.
Yep.
Does the 28 Fortitude hit Filibuster?
It will hit me, but I will live.
Okay.
You will live.
So 11 points of damage, and then you guys would be able to mop these things up. I will say that a lot of the things that you guys fight that seem to have some form of intelligence will oftentimes try to surrender or quit or whatever. These things, the more that the other creatures die, the more they seem to be committed to fighting. So the last one to die is the most sort of mindlessly attacking, furious creature that you guys encounter.
So, with all the attacks and stuff and my weapon, was it only the first one that my weapon had issue hitting, or was it any of them?
So the weapon only seemed to dislike attacking the guard, the one that you guys knocked out. It did not seem to have a problem attacking any of the others.
And so, having never had that happen with the weapon, can I like infer that was a fey creature?
That sounds like a great thing for us to discuss as we talk about recap last time and get out of combat.
All right.
Gary, can I ask something before we end?
Sure.
Can I pick up the device?
Which one?
The one that the wheelbarrows were. You emphasized the wheelbarrows were holding.
Yes. Both the wheelbearers and the Mirrodin guard had a strange device in their hand.
Okay.
Alright,
I feel like I'm gonna forget that next time.
It's a port key.
It's a Voldemort.
It took you right to the Black Fens.
The guard actually doesn't have a port key, but he has a portal gun.
Portal gun.
We take
know-
that too.
This
I
was
know
a
of ways to abuse
triumph.
them.
I'm making a note here. Huge
Me
success.
too.
For the good of all of us. Except the ones who are dead.
Anyways,
I'm just staying quiet because I'm really hoping that song continues. That's awesome.
You've never heard that song?
Oh no, I've heard it. I just having
okay.
someone sing it is awesome. It's the best song.
so I'll type this in the chat so it's easy. It's guard drops portal gun Billy. Okay.
I'll definitely take the portal gun for sure. I like teleporting.
Technically, portals are not teleporting.
Anyways,
They're portal porting.
Porta porting.
the portal gun
Porta
very
potting?
much is teleporting.
Portal potting.
If you guys have not seen the portal gun in D&D, it is kind of hilarious.
Mm.
We could have
You
put
can see-
Rajul in an ever falling
Portal
It is in the
gun.
containment.
containment.
Oh, that is in there. Oh.
He just didn't really get a chance to use it effectively before he passed out because
Encounter power.
yeah, it's a really cool weapon. It just has the malfunction is pretty frequent.
Mm.
Ooh,
So-
if you roll 1 to 5, so maybe I shouldn't use it, but I still want to.
Anyways, so I put those notes down. We'll go ahead and end the combat and end the session here. And I will see you guys in 2 weeks as we
Yeah.
see what's going on with these
Druck,
creatures.
to be fair, if you roll a 1 to 5, you and the creatures nearest to you teleport and are dazed. So this might be the best way for you to impact the battlefield by dazing an enemy.
Ouch. Thanks. Thank you. Absolutely true, but the way you pointed it out hurts a little. I got some
chances-
solid hits this round.
It's
You
an
did.
almost 100% encounter daze.
It is also a 100% chance that if anyone uses this in combat, that someone at some point will accidentally daze their ally with it, because it is not nearest
Mhm.
enemy, it is nearest creature.
I'll just make sure to stand beside an enemy, which I tend to do
Oh,
anyway.
you can avoid that problem, but someone always forgets.
All right. Well,
All right.
thanks. This was fun.
Thanks,
Yeah,
everyone.
this was fun. I can't wait
This
to make
was-
Clamato.
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 I think we have other things to do before then. Like,
Like
I
daze
think,
each other.
I love your juice.
Jesus.
Huge fan.
I don't think you
Alright.
should say that to anyone. That sounds like
On that
without
note.
permission.
Sounds
you
so
know?
wrong.
Have a good night, guys.
Take care,
See ya.
everyone.
Yeah.
Bye.
Bye.